I'm gonna get it for you.
Thank you.
I should have it.
Leave them, they're fine. You're making me nervous, don't do that. No, they're fine. They should have a right in front of the person sitting there. They're
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to get started.
Good morning.
Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Diane Todd Sprague, and I am from the University of Texas at Austin. I serve as the chair of the Financial Aid Advisory Committee to the Coordinating Board for the 2019 year, and I'd like to welcome you all here this morning. It's great to see your smiling faces. I would like to give you a gentle reminder. Please, as we're speaking, make sure that you hit your microphone. It has to be on. For the people that are online and on the phone, and for the folk that are going to be transcribing minutes later, you may, and Chad had said this before, you may think that folk in the room can hear you, but the other people cannot if you don't have your microphone on. So if you're going to speak at any point in time, please turn on your mic. And also, if you have cell phones, please remember to put them on silent, if you will. So we're going to start the meeting with introductions. I will start with past chair Zelma.
Hello, my name is Zelma De Leon. I'm from the University of North Texas.
Robert Marino, San Jacinto College.
Marilyn Abedrabo from Collin College in Plano.
Good morning, Carla Flores from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
Samantha Stoniker, Tarrant County College.
Alan Pixley, Collin College.
Delisa?
Delisa Fox, I'm here representing TASFA, Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators.
Kelly Stillman from Amarillo College.
Heidi Granger, the University of Texas at El Paso.
Brent Williford, Blinn College.
Tom Nguyen from University of North Texas Health Science Center.
Ed Crossley, Angelo State University.
Paul Gallion, Jacksonville College.
Terry Sheneman, Fort Bend ISD.
Kara Tappendorf, Pflugerville ISD.
Jonathan Sedes, University of Texas at El Paso.
Arnold Trejo, Texas A&M Kingsville.
Denise Welch, Panola College.
Chad Pulse, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
And it's my understanding that we have a few members joining us on the phone. Could you please identify yourselves?
Christine Stewart Carruthers, Texas State Technical College.
Karen LaQuay, Wayland Baptist University.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you all very much. So each of you should have a packet in front of you that includes the agenda for today. And the first item on the agenda is the consideration of approval of minutes for both the June 7th meeting and the September 6th meeting. I believe the reason we have this June 7th meeting is that we have to make a correction, and so we have to bring that forward. Chad, can you describe what that correction was? It was attendance?
Yes, it was just a correction to the attendance.
Okay. Do folk need a few moments to look at the minutes? Have you had the opportunity? Okay, everybody's saying no. So do we have a motion to approve the minutes? And Chad, do we have to do them separately? Or can we do it together?
Yes, we can do them together.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes from both the June 7th and the September 6th meeting?
So move.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, minutes are moved. So Chad, I'm going to turn this over to you for item C, update on prior business.
Sure. I reviewed the past agendas and discovered that we didn't have any prior business that we needed to discuss today, but I will take the opportunity to mention two things to you. One, unfortunately, I allowed the agenda to post to the Texas Register and failed to make sure that we had the vote for the vice chair on this agenda, and so we'll have to do the vice chair vote in March instead. So, which is okay, we'll survive. But be aware that we will have that on the March agenda. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention as well is Diane mentioned about the importance of turning on your mic, and our IT folks have asked me to remind you the importance of turning off your mic as well, because if too many of the mics stay on, they get a bad feedback loop. And so please be sure and conscious of your mic.
Okay, on to item D. We are extremely fortunate today that we have some folk joining us, Laura from UAspire and Tom, Director of Financial Aid at Colorado State, and they're going to discuss with us their project on commuting cost, a comparative analysis of award letters. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So this is Laura Kane, and I'm going to start us off, and then I'll be handing off to Tom farther in on the presentation. So at this point, I'm going to share my screen. You give me a moment. And hopefully you're not seeing any crazy email about the presentation. Can someone just give me a verbal confirmation you're able to see the screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you today around transparent award letters. Wanted to just ground you on how we'll be spending our time together. First off, we'll settle in on why this issue matters, as well as our methodology and data set for research that we conducted and will be sharing. a little bit about the findings and our recommendations. Then I'll hand over the mic, so to speak, to Tom, who can share from an institutional perspective some really phenomenal work they've done and some of their thinking on this issue. Of course, we'll wrap up with plenty of time for discussion and questions. So hopping right in terms of why this issue matters, we find from UAspire, just to ground in who we are, we serve about 10,000 to 12,000 students a year, both in high school and the post-secondary space. And so we conduct thousands of conversations a year with students around understanding their aid offers and making decisions about where and how to attend college. And we're here to share that something you probably already know, that students and families deeply rely on these letters. We coach our students and partner in schools where we say, celebrate when you get accepted and decide after you review your award letter. And the reason that we're here is that we have found that it's a hodgepodge of practices of how colleges communicate their aid. There's no federal policy or standardization about the terms to use or what needs to be on each offer, let alone how that should be communicated. And as a result, it's really difficult to compare for students and families to understand. And the impact of this, to the last two bullet points here, are that this can really affect students' both short-term, immediate outcomes and financial health, as well as long-term. So that includes whether they enroll, how well they're able to persist, and then also whether or not they're able to manage the loans and the debt that they take on. Just to get grounded in terms of what our data set was for the research, this is all found in a Decoding the Cost of College report that we did with New America. Again, we have a data set of over 50,000 award letters collected over the last 7 years or so, and we used our graduating high school class of 2016. So in this quantitative analysis that we did, it was over 11,000 letters from over 900 colleges, almost a really strong national representation, almost every state. Important to note is that our students were highly Pell eligible in this data set. That is who UAspire dominantly serves. For our qualitative analysis, which will be the bulk of what we talk about today, we didn't use those 900 institutions. We removed any institution where we didn't have a Pell eligible student for consistency. We didn't use any school that was using this shopping sheet. And we also took out any letters that we had that were seemingly portal screenshots that might have been incomplete to give benefit of the doubt. So in terms of our qualitative analysis, we focused in with about 515 different institutions, aid offers. There's really one slide that we used to really focus on what the quantitative findings were. Originally, we thought this might be a larger part of what we shared, but it really reinforced what we already know. So on average, our students are facing significant gaps. So the blue charts here that demonstrate the gift aid show what percent of the education costs were covered by aid from the institutions that they did not need to pay back. The darker black line shows about loans, and you'll see that the remaining gray line is the amount that students need to cover after taking out the federal loans offered to them in order to cover one full year of college. And the important thing to note here is, regardless of the student's decision to maybe make a more affordable choice, they still face very significant gaps. So starting on the left and moving to the right, if they decided to live off campus and save money that way, still faced over half of the cost to cover beyond the federal loans they received. If they decided to stay with a public institution, still faced about a third of that cost. If they said, okay, I'll go where it's more affordable and more open enrollment, still facing about a quarter of that cost. And for the last one, those only 15%, those who had the opportunity to go to more selective institutions, still faced significant gaps because that 15% is typically of a much larger cost of attendance. Although it's a smaller percent, it's often larger dollars. So any way you slice it, the students are facing very significant gaps. And as a result, the way that the aid is communicated to help them make a strong financial decision matters even more. There were 7 qualitative findings that we focused on from our research, and I'll be sharing those with you today. And the most important thing here is to think about them in aggregate. So we didn't find piles of perfect aid offers, and we didn't find piles of horrific aid offers or award letters. What we found was a real hodgepodge of certain things that were good on some and difficult on others in terms of what was best for the student and the consumer interest. So first off, confusing jargon and terminology. This is really essential because this is often the student's first time, for the students we serve coming from high school, their first time with a borrowing experience. And these inconsistent and inaccurate terms really leave the students and or the family scratching their heads. And as a result, it makes comparison very, very difficult because the terms are not consistent from institution to institution. One really specific trend we found is how much insider lingo and acronyms are littered throughout these aid offers. And we fall into this trap as advisors too, because financial aid is loaded with acronyms and different terminologies. That said, this is a communication tool to a specific audience, and by using those without explanation, again, it does not help further better understanding and hence better decisions. We did find that there were different terms for the same thing. And one example is that out of 455 colleges that listed the federal direct unsubsidized loan, there were 136 different titles for exactly that type of aid. And 24 of those did not include the word loan. And we understand that it could be because of character limits, et cetera, but clearly we always want students to know what a loan is and identify it as such. The example to the right of your screen can demonstrate what that looks like from an actual letter. This slide, I'll just reference that in the report if you're interested. We shared what we find we have to explain to students and families over and over and over again. And we've been talking a lot with financial aid administrators to see what their experience is about what's making their phones ring off the hook with questions from students and families. Because we know there's a strong alliance. We all want to be communicating clearly and reduce confusion wherever we can. So this gives examples of, instead of using the term board, try to use meal plan. Examples that the phrase self-help is really a conundrum to students and families. They're not sure what that means. So instead, being more specific about what self-help might mean in terms of loans or work. Those are just two examples. Another finding we found is that, by and large, it is not consistent that the cost is even on the aid offers. So we found that more than 1/3 of the time, there's literally no price tag whatsoever. There's no reference to what cost, only listing loans and or grant and scholarship aid. Obviously, this makes it incredibly difficult for a consumer and for students and families to evaluate how to make sense of those aid offers if they're not sure how much something actually costs. $10,000 can sound fantastic, but it's radically different if the total cost is $15,000 versus $6,000. Another 1/3 of the time, we did find institutions communicated costs, but only the direct cost to the institution. And then the last roughly 1/3 of the time, we found that institutions did communicate the full cost of attendance, which includes direct costs to the institution and indirect expenses that are needed to complete a year of college successfully. Here's an example of a school that communicated the direct costs only, and you can gravitate your eyes, of course, to the red circles. You can see that this institution clearly listed tuition and fees and room and board for a total of the $49,412. However, with the word budget on the page, as well as when it comes to the financial plan summary, it's extremely difficult for students to know that they actually should be budgeting for additional other expenses. We think this is an example of a very misleading communication that actually can put the student at risk for being able to meet their basic needs and or meet their educational needs to complete that year of education. And we know that institutions and CBOs and nonprofits like us, we all have the same goal, that if a student starts, we want them to finish so that they have the economic benefit of earning that degree and having the benefits long-term for employment and for financial security that follows. So this shows an example of why only showing direct costs can be really harmful for the student. Another one of our findings was about the failure to separate different types of aid. We found that 7 out of 10 institutions actually lumped all their aid together without distinguishing what is a grant or scholarship, money that doesn't need to be repaid, what are loans, money that needs to be repaid with interest, and what is work, money that can be earned over time and dispersed to them over time. And even of the 1 out of 5 institutions that did group the aid types in those areas, only 10% total actually provided a simple explanation to help educate the students of what the difference between those types of aid are. Here's an example of one institution of how they presented the different types of aid. Anyone shout out from the audience how they think this was organized?
Alphabetically?
Thank you. Okay, and alphabetical is awesome for many things to organize it. Good for our files, good for a database. However, not great for a student who's looking at trying to understand aid offers. We think it's much more student-centered to organize, instead of alphabetical, something more along this style, where you have categories with some explanation. You can see at the top, grants and scholarships, with the phrase, do not have to be repaid. If you skip after the math, go to eligibility for student loans, explaining that they're loan program, with further information link. And then the last area shows student employment, a really important word, employment or work, to connect to work study. Another one of our findings relates specifically to the packaging of PLUS loans. So as I'm sure all of you are keenly aware, given what you do, PLUS loans are very different than other loans that can be offered on an aid package. They are having further requirements that A, it has to go to the parent and not the student, and B, that has credit-based loans. So they have to apply and then be approved. This is essential when thinking about the students who are reading and receiving these aid offers. For our work of who we work with, many of our students might not have parents who are either in a financial position to be able to be accepted for a PLUS loan, or even be in the parental position to be able to contribute or want to contribute. And so making the distinction between student and parent is very, very critical. We also note that the origination fees for PLUS loans are slightly higher and that there's less repayment options. So because the risks are a little bit more significant with a PLUS loan, we do think that they should be communicated in a different way. We do believe that PLUS loans are much better than private loans out in the marketplace, again, pending geography, et cetera. So we're not against PLUS loans per se, but the way to communicate around PLUS loans we think needs to be different. So we found in our research that 15% of the letters included PLUS loans as a line item award totaled with the aid package. So it was included in the math. We found 12% provided really clear communication, didn't include it in the calculation, but did mention it as a viable option as other resources to cover costs. This slide shows an example of using the PLUS loan in a way that we think is misleading. So if you see up at the top around the red horizontal line, the PLUS loan is offered to almost $20,000. And yet when you look through the letter and get to the bottom, it says the total unmet need is 0. So we find that we have to go through these letters with students over and over again. And that's if we're lucky that they come forward. Because many times a student would say, I'm good. I have a 0 unmet need. I've got everything I need. And just mistake that the direct PLUS loan listed, especially because it doesn't say parent on it, is something that they completely miss. And what we have found are many of the students who receive a letter like this end up not enrolling in the fall. And this is kind of a problem that relates to some amount. A very related finding that we had to this is about work study. We found very vague definitions and a problematic placement of it. Again, similar to Parent Plus loans, work study is a bit different from grants and loans. It's a requirement that you need to get a job and it has to be earned. The timing of work study money, the disbursement aspect, is really important too, because we have not found students that we work with that are able to use their work study funds to pay the bill, to pay the direct cost. So they absolutely can use those funds to help pay their indirect expenses. And it's something that, again, relates to the summer, that oftentimes students think that they have $1,000 to go right to that first bill, and yet, in effect, it's not a lump sum that's available in that way. Even the term itself, we have found has been problematic. I've had many, many students think that it's a scholarship because they're going to work hard studying, which is reasonable when it's listed in a variety of ways without explanation, because they are going to work hard studying. And it doesn't click to them that it's actually a job or employment. So we think including the words including the words job or employment is a really great way to help be more student-centered. And about 6 out of 10 of the institutions in practice did list it as an award and in the math that it could be used for the bill. Our sixth finding is about really going to the very root of every conversation we have with students and families. They simply want to know, what's it going to cost? And so in this space, it's a simple question, but we all know it can be a bit of a complicated answer. And a lot of times it depends. It depends on some of the decisions a student needs to make, but it might depend if the state changes the budget at a certain time that's different than the moment of communicating the aid offer. And yet, it's absolutely critical that we take it on ourselves in communicating the aid offers to do the math for students, in our opinion. So 6 out of 10 of the institutions did not do the math to show what a student needs to pay. And of the 4 out of the 10 that did do the math, we found that the calculation used varied widely. We looked at each letter that did do the math of that 40%, and we found 23 different calculations for what the math was to show the student owed. I also want to share we found many other calculations that we couldn't identify. And after we spent over 45 minutes on a given letter, if we couldn't identify the math, we waved the flag and moved on. So clearly, if we're not so sure of how to do the math to tell students and families consistently, it puts them in jeopardy of really understanding what they need to pay and what they need to be successful as a student. Here's an example of doing a math for net cost. This net cost is, of course, a federally defined term of saying cost of attendance minus the gift aid equals the net cost. But as you can see here, the institution included self-help options, gift aid, and additional credit-based aid, which I assume is perhaps a Parent Plus loan. And again, zeroes out the amount to the net cost after all aid is zero to the family. And we know that loans and others are absolutely part of net cost. So the misleading calculations or the variety of calculations is something that is problematic for students. Our last finding is fairly simple, but it's about what needs to happen next. Again, given that many students might be the first time in this environment for new students entering institutions, it's not clear if and what students need to do after the offer is on the table. And from looking and examining at these 500 institutions, each institution has their own steps that are needed, which makes total sense. It just is very important to communicate what those steps are. So given only half stated any next steps, even within that, whether students need to accept aid, whether the aid is automatically accepted, if there's differences based on type of aid, it's important to make sure that it's very clear so that students can effectively get the money that's offered and ensure that from spring to the fall, they do actually enroll and are not another statistic of summer melt. This slide here, if we were in the room and able to see you, we'd probably do a good stand-up and voting activity. But these are the policy recommendations that New America and New Aspire have concluded from our research that we give to institutions, states, and also to the federal government. One is to require a financial aid offer, a written one, to all students. Written does mean whether it's traditional letter or an electronic format. We believe there need to be standard terms and student-friendly definitions. We are doing currently some audits of the different glossaries, which are many and plentiful, and oftentimes include very extensive definitions over a paragraph long. They're at a very high grade level equivalency in terms of reading level. And we think it's important to have some clear and concise and common terms that are oriented to building financial literacy for students. We believe the cost of attendance should be on all aid offers with a breakdown of direct costs and indirect expenses. And we believe that the gift aid and loans need to be listed separately. Number 5 refers to the more wonkier aid type of offerings from plus loans and work study that we think need to be withheld from the calculation. They absolutely can be offered and should be if that's what the institution and the student are able to offer and receive. That said, where they're located and how it's communicated should be distinct. Number 6 is, again, related. We believe each aid offer should do the math and tell the student what it is that they owe. And lastly, please give indication on next steps to how to unlock the aid. I have just 2 more slides to share just in what's happened since we've done the report, and then I'm going to hand it over to Tom to dive deep on his institution story. So this report, it's been a really strong reception from many different groups and folks. specifically higher ed institutions that have been really engaged, much like CSU, who you'll hear about in a moment. We've also engaged with University of Missouri, and I heard Kelly chime in at Amarillo College and several others. From the state side, California has recently passed a bill, AB 1858, requiring the shopping sheet, which mirrors something that New York is doing. Those bills are saying shopping sheet in addition to or as the aid offer. It's not saying that it is the aid offer. I'm happy to discuss the nuances of those and what we think of those options. In terms of the membership and trade organizations, NAFSA's been very active on this issue, of course, as well as NACAC, and the Higher Ed Financial Wellness Association is also engaged to be active on the issue and consider how to move this forward from a policy perspective and practice. And lastly, on the federal level, federal student aid has been talking about these issues, and we held some stakeholder meetings with financial aid administrators last week in Atlanta, as well as there's legislative momentum on the Hill in the Capitol that could be part of an HEA bill that might come out. No crystal ball here, but somewhere in the new year, or who knows, 2019, 2020. So in terms of what's next and where we're engaging, number one, we're talking with folks. So we're exploring different partnerships to advance the system's change. Our goal at Aspire is very much to help make financial aid more equitable and more efficient. And we see that that's involving lots of stakeholders, such as yourselves, as well as for students. Number two, we're really trying to learn a lot about the limits and opportunities for standardization. We absolutely get that there's many different types of institutions and types of students. So we're doing different stakeholder focus groups to help inform and adjust the recommendations we've made so far. Number three, an area we're focusing a lot on is really deep dive on the math about presenting an estimated bill, which is based on direct costs only, versus net cost, which is based on full cost of attendance versus both. So we're really engaging with students and exploring those nuances. And lastly, we think that a lot of the challenges in communicating this information clearly really lie in kind of that full cost of attendance question, especially around indirect expenses. So that's an area that we're launching into further research for the next year and engaging with many different folks to better understand the student experience of it and how it could be more transparent and accurate for better student decisions. So at this point, I'm going to pass it off to Tom.
All right, thanks, Laura. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having us today. My name is Tom Beachard. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm the direct financial aid here at Colorado State University. I've been in financial aid for, over 18 years now. The last 6 as the director here at CSU. So I'm excited to tell our story along the financial aid award or offer letter lines. And it's kind of interesting, our path to a more transparent financial aid offer letter started with a phone call I received from a high school counselor that I know from Alameda International High School down in Lakewood, Colorado. It's a school with a free and reduced lunch rate of over 90%, over 90% students of color. And it's a school we've worked pretty tightly with for a few years. But I got this call from Desiree, one of the counselors, and she said, you know, Tom, I have 15 students in a room right now. All 15 have been admitted to Colorado State, and all 15 have their award letters in hand, and not one of them thinks they can make CSU work. And I was pretty surprised at that because aware of that population, I was also aware that they were receiving our most generous financial aid packages. So we have a CSU tuition assistance grant program that ensures for Pell-eligible students that we cover not only tuition and fees, but we try to cover at least, we're at about, I think, a third of room and board with grant funds. So, and I knew these were also, it's a partner school, which is another scholarship on top of that. So by the time, if you looked at all the free money we offered, they were within a subsidized loan. The amount of their subsidized loan could make it work at CSU to cover all of their expenses. So Anyway, long story short, I asked Desiree, can you get them all in a room? And she said, absolutely. And I said, well, I'm going to come down with a couple counselors and we'll talk through this, our award letter. And which worked out great. We met with students. We actually did the calculations with them. The end of that story is 14 of the 15 did enroll at CSU once they understood that they could make it work. But the big takeaway for us, as I know you're all thinking right now, is how come the students and even the counselors could not make sense of that great opportunity from our existing award letter? So it really opened our eyes to how little attention we had actually paid to our award letter. And it was also the point in time where we actually finally realized that the most important document that we send out to students is our financial aid offer letter. And just, you know, I was kind of a little bit embarrassed at how little we paid attention to that. We tended to spend more time thinking about verification forms, those types of things, maybe website, but really little attention to the actual offer letter. So, next slide, Laura, please. Thank you. Fortunately, I'm connected with Ann Coles, who's a senior fellow at US Buyer and just an amazing person. Connected with her at a conference, a college board conference, and she had attended a presentation I'd given on an unrelated topic. But she invited me in to join US Buyer at a convening in DC later that year. And I started just kind of this relationship with US Buyer grew from that. But I quickly saw the amazing work they were doing with their award letter research. So we connected through that channel. And then we had US Buyer do an initial review of our award letter. I'll call version 1.0, the very first one that we shared with them. They highlighted all the points, so the policy points that Laura just went through, you know, definitely identified, and we could see ourselves where we're definitely coming up short on our offer letter. They actually came out and met with our staff. They provided training for us. They gathered input from our staff and feedback. So a lot of information gathering at that point. They came out again and participated in our Partner Summit, which is a 2-day conference that we host on campus for all of our high school and pre-collegiate program partners. We do this every year just to work together on primarily with the focus of getting underrepresented students to Colorado State. And it was a great way for US Buyer and us to gather more input. And in addition to working with our partners, gathering feedback, US Buyer also facilitated some student focus groups with first-generation low-income students here at CSU, including a group of undocumented students. And again, gathered just incredible feedback from our students, you know, direct from the source of those trying to make sense of our award letters. And so as a result of all that work together, we set out really not only to redesign our offer letter, but to also ensure that our terminology and our messaging was consistent across all of our communications, our website, and even in our student portal. And I think it's really important to underscore that in order to do this really right, it takes that much broader look across how you communicate with students at every level and in every form. So while US Buyer has been working to bring transparency and consistency to offer letters across all institutions in the country, you know, I'm viewing my role here at Colorado State as bringing that same level of transparency and consistency just across our university. Because again, and it's not just financial aid, it's our admissions folks who are out there working with students and families. It's our access center. We have TRIO programs and institutional access programs at ESU also, so ensuring that those folks, that we're all speaking the same language and it's consistent. So when students read it on our offer letter, they've heard it in presentations, they see it on our website. So I think it's important to underscore that it's really bigger than just the offer letter from an institutional perspective. So, all right. So let's take a look at our version 2.0. And we didn't have a lot of time to pull together, I think, the fully realized version, which we'll take a look at that also. But as we look at versions, I also want to just point out that as we continue to gather information from our students, staff, parents, all of our stakeholders, that we are continually revising and identifying areas where we can make improvements. So this was version 2.0 after all of the work that US Fire had done with us, the focus group work, and the group with our partners. So we brought clarity into our costs for sure. You'll see clearly identifying costs of attendance. We split out direct costs and indirect costs, even down to things like, if you'll notice on it says resident tuition. In the past, we hadn't always done that, distinguish between resident and non-resident. So just little pieces of information that make it more clear for students. You'll note also definition of awards, grants and scholarships and loans, as Laura pointed out. We split those apart. We used to package plus loan and put it right in there with the loans. We had loans right with other awards, all those things that she had pointed out as concerns. So we split those out. And you'll note, so we have total cost, you know, the direct cost plus indirect cost. So we have a line showing total cost. And then we show the grants and scholarships, summing that. And then we indicated net cost of attendance minus grants and scholarships. So that's the amount there. And then we had loans. And then, so we're trying to do the math. So we took I think actually a major leap, because we were not doing the math in our version 1.0. Down to that last section. So what will you see on your bill? And again, where we're trying to do the math in a meaningful way. And I really appreciate that Laura mentioned US Fire is focusing on this doing the math part, because it can get a little confusing. And I think it's, as an aid community, it's another area where we need to be really consistent on how we approach that. So that was our next attempt there. And also, you know, do we include loans? Do we not include loans in that estimation? We decided we want to show both, one with loans and one without loans. We didn't want to guide students down the path of making it look like they had to accept loans. But again, I think more work to be done there. You'll notice on the right side there, other resources. So here's where, again, we're taking US Fire's recommendations and splitting out work study. We have payment plan information out there, and then we have the Parent Plus loan information off as other resources. And here again, I think we can probably all agree, I struggle on the work study side because, you know, I look at Colorado State, and we employ about, I think, 1,300 students with work study, but we employ another around 6,000 without work study. So, and they're also great work opportunities. So we're trying to figure out how to best approach work opportunities on campus, you know, without regard to the funding source, whether it's work study or just a student hourly position. So I'd love to hear feedback from anybody who may have feel like they've got a best practice in how to approach that. So that was version 2.0. But we also knew, so in the midst of going out with version 2.0, this is the letter that we shared with our partners, and gained a lot of feedback from our partners on how we might be able to do it better. So as we head into 1920, then now we had some time to really work on this, and as we get ready to start sending out letters for 1920, we are now going out with version 3.0. So, and we've so the other question was, that we had to answer internally was, is the offer letter a single page document? Is that important, or can it be more? And we were kind of feeling constrained by thinking about it in terms of a single document. Now, the letter we're looking at, and hopefully you all have a copy available to you, but this version 3.0 actually prints on 17 by 11 paper, so then it's folded. So it's nice now in that it is basically a single piece of paper, so we think that's helpful. But we're utilizing 4 pages now through this one piece of paper, and we're thinking that's going to work pretty well. So page 1, we just wanted to underscore the value of a Colorado State University education. So we highlighting some key statistics that we're pretty proud of and that we think students should know when they make this investment, the point being, you know, it's going to pay off. So that's what they see first when they open the envelope. Page 2 and 3 then are essentially, so if you look at this slide, you would take it and fold it in half vertically.
I'm going to pause, if I could. I just want to pause you for a second. People are trying to find the example. If you look in your packet that you received today, not the handout for just this slide thing, but the one that starts with the agenda, about halfway through, you'll find the example that he's talking about. It's just after the minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. So pages 2 and 3, so this would be on the inside of our offer letter now, have all of the real meaty information. So, and I have to say, we have an amazing communications coordinator here on staff, Bree Hottinger, who's done the design work on our letter. So taking all the information from UAspire, our students or staff, from our partners, and putting it together in a way that we think is really not only transparent in the terminology and all that, but also what we hope is very pleasing to look at. So Bree has been amazing. And I would say, you know, I didn't have money to create Bree's position. I knew I always wanted and that we needed a communication coordinator position. We actually hired Bree as a counselor, but she had a degree in journalism, design, and everything that makes this award letter look like it does. And hired her as a counselor with a kind of a emphasis on communication. And then I had another coordinator position. A person left the institution, and we were able to kind of distribute work out of that other coordinator position, and I was able to then actually promote Bree into a full communication coordinator. So this is her real focus now during most of her time. So that said, so we have estimated cost of attendance. Again, we're breaking out direct and indirect costs, trying to be, again, more clear about those. Then you'll note to the right of that, awards, and again, keeping grant scholarships and loans separated, and also identifying the different terms, net cost, estimated bill, those kind of things separate, but in the spot where they're meaningful. And then on the estimated bill, so separating that section out, and then again, doing the math for students. So thinking back to that Alameda International experience we had, where we had to actually go in and do the math with the students because they were unable to do it based on how we presented data on version 1 of our award letter. We feel like we're doing a pretty decent job now. But as Laura mentioned again, this is the page where, or this is the piece where I think we have more to do. I'm not 100% convinced that we're getting this right yet, but as we sit down with students again and walk through it, we hope to gain more insight. Then lower left corner there, you note the other resources. So again, work study and Parent Plus loans, showing that information there. At first, then you'll see the glossary. At first, we were thinking we'd have the glossary on the back page. But again, in Bree's brilliance, I think having the glossary actually visible on the page where they're actually seeing the words in use was much more transparent and clear, I think, for students to work with. So they can see the word up above, they can look down on the glossary and have the definition without having to flip back and forth. So that's page 2. Then page 3, you'll note or remember that Laura talked about next steps as being key to the offer letter. So that's what we have on the left side here. And areas that we're focusing on at this point, and again, these might change a little bit, I think, but we want to point students to our portal. We call our portal RamWeb. We are the Colorado State Rams. And first thing we want to do is ensure that they're getting to the portal. Well, two things. First off, that just receipt of the award letter or the offer letter doesn't mean that they're done with the process. And we want to connect them with the resources where they can ensure that everything gets done. And that's on RamWeb. So we guide them there. We also we're working to connect them with our parent portal that we call FAMWeb, where students can provide access to trusted individuals. And that's a critical piece, particularly for dependent students. And then we encourage them to complete this budget worksheet that we've included. And here again, I think is an area where we have a lot more work to do, and we're working with students to see how they use this piece of it. But we've come up with this estimated bill on the last page, and so how are students and families going to cover that, whatever that remaining amount might be? So this is where they can do the math on their own regarding what resources, additional resources they might have available to them. So that could be savings, it could be summer job, it could be resource, support from other family members. But to account for all of that, to really, really get down to the very bottom line that the family may still have to come up with. And that's the point where we hope, they're not making decisions on loans until they've talked through all of the other opportunities that may or may not exist. And then back on the next steps, since accepting loans, and particularly for our lowest income students, we know that's a reality pretty much across the board, that we provide some more detail on how to make that happen. And a little more detail about our payment plan. So, and then Bree, with a little bit of space left, actually included a billing timeline. So when does all this happen? When does charges show up on your account? When do you have to pay? What's the due date? So including that information as well. So that, I think, takes care of my piece of it. Is that right, Laura? Yeah. And I'll also add, before we dive into questions, that we really have, it is making a difference. I think this being one piece of a whole lot of additional efforts that we're putting in, but I do think it's been a critical piece. In this last fall, we brought in the largest number of low-income students we ever have, so Pell eligible in particular, and to the tune of about 200 more than we had ever here at CSU. I think that's one indicator of success. The feedback from our partners that are working with students directly on how much easier it is for them to, again, do the math to figure out if it's if CSU could be a reality for students. So kind of a qualitative assessment at this point, with a little bit of quantitative assessment just based on numbers of students that we've realized. So we're viewing it as a major success, and also just a work in progress. So I'll stop right there.
Okay, Tom and Laura, I want to thank you very much for this presentation. We'll open it up for questions here in just one second, but I did want to let folk in the room know that Chad will be, the coordinating board will be putting the full PowerPoint presentation on the web in the future. What we have currently is a handout that's a little difficult to read, but you'll be able to view the full-size slides in the future. I did have one question. I wanted to start the questions, if I could. Laura, can you tell us why on the slide that you had with the gap persisting, the off-campus was so high? I just found that a little bit interesting because we do not differentiate when we package students on the type of aid that they're receiving, whether they're off or on. And I didn't understand why off-campus students were seeing such a big gap.
Sorry, I was on mute while Tom was speaking. Yes, we actually do see quite a bit of variation for students that get repackaged if they move off campus. So I don't have hard quantitative numbers from our research on that, but we do see those distinctions. And from my personal practice, I worked in Philadelphia for a decade on this, working directly with advisors and students in schools. It definitively happens. And within given regions, it can happen more often than others. So it tends to be somewhat of a local issue because obviously it's for schools that you could have the option to commute or not.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a couple of questions. Tom, this is Delisa. I think you're a Banner school, is that correct?
We are Banner, yes.
And are you using anything Banner delivered for this award letter at all?
We run the typical letter generation job out of Banner, which for Banner users, it generates a .doc file, so a Word file with all the data in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we take that data, which I think is kind of the norm anyway that most folks do. We take that data and we just merge it with this PDF that Bree has created. So the PDF has fields on it where the data all line up. And we do a mail merge basically of the .doc with the PDF.
And do you mail award letters to all incoming freshmen?
Yes. In fact, our policy is anyone new to CSU. So it could be a transfer student, but anyone who it's their first, well, actually it could be should clarify that, new to financial aid at CSU. So if they've never received aid before, so it could be a senior applying for the first time, they'll receive an award letter.
And what's your population? So how many offer letters per year?
We are currently around 30,000.
Okay. And have you noticed any reduction somewhat in phone calls or differences in the questions that are being asked based on the new format?
Yes, we have. And it's interesting. We're still having, our biggest challenge remains, I think, our students and families who tend to put things off. And we're still trying to figure out how to do that. But it's also, we have seen less contact from students and families around the offer letter itself. And we've been keeping track, having counselors keep track of that, which is actually allowing us more time to work on those other students that aren't doing a darn thing. I think we all have those. So yes, it has been a benefit.
Any other questions?
So this is Alan Pixley from Collin College. I was just wondering about the difference between what your paper award letter looks like. I would imagine there's a substantial difference from like an online portal that your other students may use. What about the differences, like students trying to reconcile between the two, the paper award letter and the online look?
Right. When I mentioned that we've been taking this broader look across all of our communications websites and our portal, that has been key. So we did not have that aligned last year. We just didn't have time to align the new offer letter with our portal. We do, even though we're a Banner school, we've used our own custom built portal for the last 5 or 6 years. So we have some ability to make it look the same, and that's for 1920, when we're hoping to send offer letters here within the next 3 weeks. And we're also going to release at that point in time a new version of our portal that aligns with what you see on our offer letter. So yeah, absolutely to provide consistency.
I can offer, that's something I've talked about with a lot of institutions, and changing your system is pretty big and complex. We totally get that. So a shortcut that many have identified is how to just upload a PDF. So even if you can't get the look and feel to be the same within the portal, because that could take a long time and a lot of other players and or buy-in or university aspects to tackle, having a PDF that's uploaded, and then we're able to make sure the terms are consistent from across the, life spectrum of the student. So even if it's from the, aid offer or award letter through toward the bill, if at least the terms are common, that can be a great place to start.
I appreciate that, Laura, because that was our first approach, was actually just to make the offer letter available. Because it is a PDF, making it available in the portal. We also realized, we always, and I don't know how other folks handle this well, but revision notices, so when aid changes, and we notify the student. In the past, all we've really been able to say is, hey, your aid changed, go to RamWeb and figure it out. When now, we actually, behind the scenes, we generate a new award letter, and we keep the versions available out on RamWeb now, so they can actually compare the two together and see what's changed. So just how to a little more easily leverage what we are already doing without having to, create a whole new system to track that.
Laura, you had a slide that you had added that was looking at the different groups that you've been reaching out to, and one of the groups that I didn't see out there that relates to several of these questions is I haven't heard you talk much about engaging with the technology partners, with PeopleSoft, Banner, PowerFades. Thinking back to the different institutions that I worked at before I came to the coordinating board, these ideas that you've presented are really cool ideas, but I was trying to picture how I could have even done these ideas at the institutions where I worked, and without significant IT resources committed by the school, they weren't things that I could have just done in-house. There was a lot we could just do in-house, but what you're proposing is pretty significant. Has there been any work with you Aspire in this project of, from the technology side and all of the organizations that provide technology to institutions?
So yes, that's a great question. So I need to get SmartArt to put a fifth box on there. Absolutely. So we have been engaging so far both with Campus Logic and with PowerFades, who, to both of their credit, they have both reached out to us. So we're in conversation with them right now, exploring some of these elements. I do also want to note that I had just met with Megan from NASA last week, and I know they've been very much focusing on that space in terms of, we refer to them loosely as vendors, but I think that the tech space is a great way to point that out. Third, I would say that in the work, we recently did some collaboration very recently with Federal Student Aid and did a survey with 31 institutions, just a small piece to try to further some of the research, specifically with financial aid administrators. And 51% said that the student information system is an obstacle to going to make these changes. So we wanted to get a little pulse point, obviously not thorough or perfect, but to get a sense of how much that reality is at play. And with that, we are both, I know FSA is thinking about what it means from their perspective, and we are at the Aspire thinking, what can we now do? So right now we're in the engagement phase, and I'm connecting actually in a couple of weeks with NASA again, who's taken a lead on the tech space around how to nudge them forward about what they offer you all as their clients to do better in what can be offered from a systemic aspect.
Chad, that was a great point I was going to ask, because speaking from, just the point of a lot of schools, and I understand like working with Campus Logic, but it really is going to be at the financial aid management systems and something that could come out delivered, because limited resources at schools, even from funding, getting another third-party servicer would be difficult for some schools, but if it's part of the FAM system and something that can, all schools could be, because they already have FAMs, and something that a FAM system delivers, Banner or PeopleSoft, Ellucian, if you will, I think it would be much broadly accepted in the sense of it could be easily deployed out and used by many schools.
Absolutely agree. And you Aspire, we're a nonprofit. I've worked in public high schools and cities throughout my career, so I'm totally down with limited budgets, and we're very much practitioners. So we get where there's obstacles that feel hard to access and move through, we think that that's exactly where we want to be having conversations too. The goal is to help enable, clear, better systems for you all to do your jobs more easily and more effectively, and for students to get that information in the same way. So we're very much on that same wavelength, and happy if folks have ever different ideas of how we can help be positive in that space. We're open to suggestions, and we are marching down that road as well.
Laura, Tom, this is Arnold Trejo. Thank you so much for your presentation. Laura, one thing that I would offer as aided practitioner is we have a constant struggle, and I know you emphasize articulating direct and indirect cost, because we struggle from reporting those things to students. On one side, I want to deliver the message of affordability, so I go direct cost. And then on the flip side, as you mentioned, we don't want to mislead, or we want to be transparent with students, that if I put the full cost of attendance in front of the student and the parent, I'm going to have sticker shock and perhaps lose that student altogether and that family altogether to attend my school. So those are the common struggles, and I wish that I could just tweak and fine-tune my award letter and I was done. But that's not the case. Certainly there's a lot of, as Delisa mentioned, we have to work within our student information systems. Also, we have to look at multi-prong approaches, not just an email or a hard copy award letter, but text messaging, chat boxes or smart bots, and et cetera. That means a lot of money to our institutions, but we're with you. We want to improve our communications, and we certainly want to bring as many students to the higher ed pipeline. But I'm just been a practitioner, financial aid for over 30 years, and I've had students tell me that their parents cannot afford a $27,000 cost of attendance when their home is worth $14,000. So I just want to have a good reality check here of the obstacles that we have to face in our offices. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Arnold. I absolutely hear you. And I think even getting started in some fashion, so if you're an institution who maybe doesn't put any cost on your aid offer, move toward direct cost. If you are an institution that does direct cost only and has concern, even having these conversations with more folks about how it can be more student forward, or having phrases or asterisks or saying this isn't everything you'll need for a full year, go see here. Even if it's not front and center, there can be ways to keep nudging your work forward. And I think Tom and his team has just shown incredible work over, in essence, just 1 year, but this is an iterative process. So I think even getting started in one point or one aspect of the communication pipeline, and or with one piece of a recommendation that you think best fits your institution to help start up the conversation and get going, is a great way to build some momentum and some attention. And secondly, asking your students. Your students are the experts. So I think really using your students to help guide what you prioritize and how to move forward can be very powerful, and really a very direct line to the most important information that can guide your students.
Yeah, this is Ed Caressly, and just wonder, too, you talk about the different folks you're working with. What about on the billing side? So NACUBO is a national organization. Is this being presented to them? How might that conversation start? Certainly we within our institutions and varying organizational structures between the bursar, using an old term, but the billing office and financial aid, and how that's organized. I know some of us, we all work together. At the end of the day, it's about helping students understand how they're going to pay for college, and that's what I've said. But, you know, how to maybe from the top down, sending the message of the importance of that to help with what we may be doing with our institution as we're trying to work across, you know, our groups to kind of present this whole idea of, you know, what it's going to cost, and then ultimately, what are you going to owe the university?
And it's a great point, and I can say in Massachusetts is one of our headquarters, and where we serve probably around 6,000 to 8,000 students a year in Massachusetts. And we've just been meeting with folks on campus and connecting with some folks from Bursar office who said, you know, they're online with the financial aid office and they can explain things, but then they come right back online to my table in the orientation, and it's the application of what they're learning at the table before. So we hear a lot how the synergy between and across these domains is so essential for success. To be super honest, we're a small shop. We've only been doing policy work for just about a year now, or systems change work, and we have about 2.5 of us working on it. So we are really eager to partner and to engage wherever we can, and we're really open to NACUBO. If any of you have someone who's there who you think that we should connect with or make a warm introduction, that would be wonderful. I do have them on my radar of organizations to reach out to. I will admit that they're one below the tech companies that was just asked, I think, by Chad. So we're making our way to connect with whoever we think wants to be part of the solution and can help reduce the barriers to support institutions to do this work. So yes, I think it's a great point, and we haven't gone deep there yet, but hope to.
Anyone else? Okay, Lauren, Tom, thank you very much. We really appreciate this presentation and appreciate all the questions from the audience. Okay,
thanks so much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E, we're going to discuss the 2019 meeting dates. Chad has very kindly supplied us with some suggestions, and I now need you all to take a look at these and let us know of anything that you know would be impediments to these suggested dates. They are March 6th, June 6th, September 5th, and November 21st. So obviously Chad's been thinking already about SFA and not interfering with that. But is anyone aware of any other items that would be an issue relative to these dates? I'm sorry? Oh, repeating the dates, March 6th, June 6th, September 5th, and November 21st.
And I will point out that that first date of March 5th is a Wednesday as opposed to the usual Thursday time. The boardroom was already booked for that Thursday, so we had to move it to Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said the 6th. What, is it actually the 5th?
Oh, it's no, it's March 6th.
Okay.
It's just Wednesday, March 6th.
I thought you said the 5th.
Oh, did I say the 5th?
I don't know.
I may have. I
Okay.
apologize. The first, the June date, or I'm sorry, the March date is a Wednesday. That was the point I was trying to make.
And the November 21st day is the week before Thanksgiving. Because I know Thanksgiving was early this year, so I wanted to make sure.
I think the November 21st date really helps out because it doesn't overlap with finals.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The November 21st date helps out a lot because it doesn't overlap with finals.
Oh, okay, great.
So that one definitely helps out a lot.
Okay, good. Okay, if there are no objections, Chad, do we need to have a motion on this?
No.
Okay, then these are the dates and they will stand. Thank you very much. Okay, item F, John?
Good morning. So I'm going to provide an update on where things stand in terms of the 86th Texas Legislature. As I'm sure you're aware, it's coming up a little over a month from today will be the official start of the legislative session. So I'm going to talk about what's happened since we last met, as well as what we can expect going forward. Probably the biggest thing is that since we last met, we now know who is actually going to be in office for the legislature. So Governor Abbott was reelected, Lieutenant Governor Patrick was reelected, and while you did see Democratic gains in both the Senate and the House, Republicans still control both of those chambers. So you're not going to see a dramatic shift in terms of balance of power politically in the legislature, but you are going to see some new faces. But some of the remaining questions are who specifically are going to be in charge of the committees. So again, we do know Lieutenant Governor Patrick will be back. It's pretty apparent that Representative Dennis Bonnen is going to be the Speaker of the House. And those two will be the ones who decide who will chair the specific committees. Now, Senator Seliger, who's the current higher ed chair, was reelected, as was Representative Lozano, but there's no guarantee that they will necessarily retain those chairmanships. Again, that's a leadership decision. And then, of course, there's very likely to be changes on what members are sitting on those committees as new members want to have appointments. So that's something we should be finding out probably in early January. We'll get a list of who the chairs are and who's going to be on the committees. Another item that has occurred recently, last week, the Senate Higher Education Committee released their interim report for the 86th legislature. As you know, the committees have spent this last year or so holding interim hearings on issues that they believe are going to be important for the upcoming session. So the Senate Higher Ed interim report had several recommendations, but there were a few that seemed particularly relevant to this committee. They have a recommendation that public schools should encourage and help students fill out a FAFSA so that they're fully able to access financial aid. They have a recommendation to expand the opportunity for paid internships in the state that are relevant to degrees. So this is something we were very, very happy about at the coordinating board because it relates to our recommendation to create the Texas Works program, which would, as you know, use the off-campus portion of the current Texas College Work Study to fund paid internship opportunities across the state. Another recommendation of the interim report was that SB 877, the student debt letter, that legislation not require that private loans be included in that letter. One thing we did communicate to the committee just to make sure that they were aware and make sure that y'all are aware, the current statute requires that the institution provide information that is reasonably available. So there is currently within the statute some room if private debt information is not reasonably available to your institution, is not required to be in that letter. But it seems like the committee wanted to make very clear and obviously heard from several institutions about some of the difficulties of supplying private loan information. And then the other big thing that we're dealing with right now is pre-filed legislation. So as of last month, legislators were able to file bills. There have been several bills filed already that are relevant to this committee. Senator Zaffarini has filed several. She has filed SB 32 and SB 33. These are both bills to create a Texas Promise grant program. The major difference between them is 32 applies to all institutions. 33 only applies to the two-year institutions. But both bills are designed to create a grant program that would fund for students who meet certain eligibility requirements the difference between their tuition and mandatory fees and any other aid that they get. So basically, this would be a last dollar, fill up your bucket once you've already taken into account any state, federal, or institutional aid. I believe SB 32 does have an income requirement. I believe it's $150,000 or less to be able to participate. But the idea, again, is to make sure that students have their need covered, or at least in terms of their tuition and their mandatory fees. Another piece of legislation that's been introduced by Senator Zaffarini is SB 34. This limits Texas grant lifetime eligibility to 135 hours or 15 hours beyond degree requirements, whichever is greater. Again, this is a coordinating board recommendation, and the idea behind this was to both encourage students to complete their studies in a timely fashion, but also to make those funds available to other students who participate in the Texas Grant Program. There's also been SB 35 introduced by, once again, Senator Zaffirini. This would reestablish the Texas Beyond Time Student Loan Program. As you know, 2 sessions ago, that program was ended, and we're currently in phase out. What SB 35 would do is it would reestablish Beyond Time. It would not bring back the tuition set aside that funded it. So that would not be recreated. What it would rely on is gifts, grants, and appropriations in order to fund it, but it also authorizes the coordinating board to issue bonds to fund the program. So bringing back Beyond Time, but with a different funding stream. And then another item to be aware of is HB 413 by Representative Biederman. This would eliminate the 36-month pathway to being considered a resident for higher education purposes. As you may know, that's the pathway that many undocumented students use in order to qualify for both in-state tuition and state financial aid programs. So HB 413 would remove that, so those students would no longer be eligible to qualify as Texas residents for higher education purposes. Those are some of the major bills that we've seen so far. Obviously, there are going to be a lot more coming. I think it's safe to say we're going to see some legislation again to repeal tuition set-asides. That's something that the Lieutenant Governor made a priority of his last session, so we're likely to see some legislation to that effect again. The other thing that we're going to see by January 15th is the state budget. So that January 15th is the deadline to file both the Senate and the House versions of the General Appropriations Act. And we will find out at that point where our starting point is in terms of our financial aid programs. You may be aware that the coordinating board submitted an exceptional item request for Texas grant. We have requested an additional $107 million for Texas grant, and that is the amount just to keep up with the percentage of students served in the current biennium based on our estimates. So that's the basis for our request. Whether that will be in the introduced bill is impossible to say, but it's something we'll continue to push for during the legislative session. That's just kind of my quick update, but I wanted to leave lots of time for questions.
Any questions?
I have one. What is the funding stream for the Texas Promise Grant?
I'm sorry, say
The
again?
Texas Promise Grant, what is the funding stream? Where's the money going to come from?
So the bills are actually silent on that. They don't specifically say what the source of funding would be, but presumably it would have to be through state appropriations. And, one of the things we do during the session is when bills are introduced, we analyze them. Once we've had a chance to analyze these bills, we'll have a little more information on, potential financial impacts, things like that.
Thank you for the information, John. On the Lieutenant Governor's efforts to repeal the set-aside, is there any talk about how that aid program would be perhaps funded through different sources or just kill the set-asides?
I mean, that was the big conversation last session, was if you eliminate the tuition set-aside, where do you get the aid you need, particularly given the student population we're trying to serve in Texas. So it's, I know that the Lieutenant Governor last session actually, I believe the tuition repeal bill included some new financial aid from a different source. Of course, the difficulty we had with any financial aid bills last session was they were amenable to amendment barring undocumented students from receiving them. So I can't say for sure how Lieutenant Governor or anybody else may proceed on tuition set-asides, but I do know that they're very cognizant that these set-asides are important in terms of our financial aid packaging.
John, on the $107 million, you said that's a special item for Texas Grant to fund current students in the pipeline. Is that correct?
It's to fund the current percentage of students.
Percentage of students?
Of initial students.
Of
So
initial.
currently, I believe it's about 70% of the initially eligible students receive a Texas grant. So we know that the number is going to grow, so the funding has to grow to maintain that same percentage. And that's putting us up around north of $900 million for Texas grant for the biennium.
John, on Senate Bill 34, has the coordinating board done any analysis on the impact to populations of students, capping it at 135?
I'd have to go back and look at what we did, but we did come up, we did know how many students that was and how many dollars we were talking about there. One of the parts of the recommendation we had was to grandfather it in. So if you're receiving a Texas grant, you would still be under the current standard. But for any new students entering the program, you would be subject to the limitation.
One of my concerns, and we're going to try and do this analysis on campus, but I have not had an opportunity to get the resources yet, is not necessarily just the numbers, but the groups of students that might be impacted. So I know that we've made significant strides towards four-year graduation. There are populations that are still being impacted. Some of our underrepresented students are part of the group that's doing the 5- and 6-year graduation rates. And I just wanted to be clear because a lot of those students are Pell eligible students. And so I'm curious to what the impact would be.
And we'll provide that data. It's kind of a balance. You want to have incentives for students to take coursework efficiently toward their degree. And so that's a large part of the idea behind this is that students will be incentivized to make sure that they're sticking to degree plans or taking coursework that's going to get them to a degree. But certainly those students who are close, we don't want to create a disincentive for them to finish. One of the things we did last session was we had the legislation regarding returning adult students so that we would give them, essentially a one last chance to come back and finish, even if they'd exceeded their 150 hours. So we're certainly amenable to making sure that we're having the effect we want in terms of incenting timely completion without creating undue burden.
Thank you. I appreciate that consideration.
Certainly.
I have one more question on the Be on Time. So I think you said it's only basically for a different funding source. The basic premise of the program is set right now in the bill to stay intact.
Correct. So the current structure of the, it's a loan that is forgiven if you have the B average and graduate in 4 years. That end of it is maintained. So it would function in terms of the awards, in terms of student eligibility, the same as the existing Be on Time program. It really is that funding piece that's fundamentally different.
Okay, thank you.
Is the, you mentioned that we would have the ability to bonds through the coordinating board. Was there any number, or it would be uncapped?
It provides us an authorization, but there's no limit on there and no specification of how much in bonds would be dedicated to this purpose.
Okay, I'd like that.
I think it's also important to acknowledge that while it may offer the opportunity, we would have to determine whether it's fiscally possible to issue bonds, because if we issue bonds for a no-interest loan, then how are we going to repay those bonds? So while it creates an opportunity, whether you could actually have a functional program would need to be analyzed.
And again, as I mentioned, one of the requirements we have is to analyze these bills before and during the session to make clear to the legislature what the potential, possibly even unanticipated impacts are of legislation. So that's something that as we dive into these bills and really get into the nitty-gritty, we'll be doing.
Me again. So I want to go back to to the.
And I'm just going to, before you, Ellen gets to go next after Delisa, no matter what.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Alan. That's okay. Go ahead. I didn't see you, Chad.
The nice thing about John, you stay around until we
I'm
get
here
all
to
our
answer all the
questions answered,
questions.
so it's good. Hey, thanks for your update. On Senate Bill 32 and 33, so that's substantially the same exact language in both of those, right? It's just
Substantially
that
the
one
same. I mean,
applies.
there are differences. Like I said, the institutions that are eligible differ. 33 is specifically two-year institutions. There are some differences in terms of income limits between the two. But I have to be honest, I haven't done enough of a full evaluation to list all the differences between the two.
I was just wondering about, like, is that just the purpose in the same person filing similar bills? Is that strategic in that, like, I mean, obviously, one of them is going to cost a whole lot more money than the other because it's a limited number of students and to lower cost institutions. Do you know any background or why that would be?
Not particularly. I will say, I mean, it's not uncommon for legislators to file different versions trying to do essentially the same thing. You know, sometimes it's just trying to see what's going to get traction. Sometimes it might be that, you know, by tailoring it toward a specific group, you're more likely to have that group kind of speak up for your bill. So I can't speak for Senator Zaffarini, but you know, very likely she wanted to have a couple of different ways of going about it.
John, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you don't mind sharing your opinion on what is the likelihood for HB 413 to gain momentum?
Oh, that's not on the spot. That's a softball, right? It's difficult to say. So here's the situation we have this session. You did have Democrats make some progress. So you do have in both bodies Republican majorities, but there were some Democratic pickups. Does that change the thinking of some members in terms of this kind of legislation? I don't know. You're going to have a new speaker in the House who's going to appoint committee chairman. I think the first sign you're going to see is who ends up in those relevant committee, who ends up as higher ed chair, who ends up on the higher ed committee. So, I mean, if I had to guess, my sense is that, you know, this legislation, it's certainly not something that seems like it's going to come storming out of the gate. But, you know, this is a topic that many members feel very passionately about. So, you know, what ultimately comes of it is difficult to say.
Chad, may I speak?
I'm going to start doing this.
Okay. My question was somewhat of Robert's, but in terms of data, like specifically, because I think it's hard because a lot of people are like, well, we don't really keep data, but do we know at the state level, at the coordinating board level, the dollars of funding that are awarded, state grant funding and so forth, that are awarded to students that fall under the Senate bill?
We, the undocumented students,
yes.
We do have that. I'm trying to remember offhand.
We don't have any information about undocumented students.
We have affidavit
We have
students,
information about affidavit students, but affidavit students can come from various sources.
Yes.
But the agency does not have any specific detail about undocumented students.
Understood. So the students who have affidavits, the impact, like the dollar amount, and is it such that those who might want to see this eliminated are thinking about the dollars that are spent there? But the impact of the dollars in the sense, in a positive respect, more of a negative respect, I guess. And this would be probably just your own opinion at this point, but what's provided, I guess, to them, and do they see this information?
We have actually a pretty robust set of data on affidavit students that we provide to the legislature annually. I believe, I don't remember the dollar amount, but it was just north of 1% of students in higher education qualified through the affidavit route. So in the big picture of state budgeting, you're not talking about a particularly large amount of money. I will note that HB 413, again, it doesn't specifically mention undocumented students. It eliminates the affidavit pathway. And as Chad mentioned, that does include some students who are legal citizens. I think the typical example we use is somebody who's living with a grandmother, but their parents are actually resident out of state. So that's something we've also conveyed to legislators repeatedly, is that eliminating this pathway isn't just about undocumented students. But then the HB 413 also does have a provision that specifically says a person who is not authorized under federal statute to be present in the United States may not be considered a resident for higher education purposes. So really, I think they try to go about it both ways in HB 413.
Jonathan, did you have a question? Okay.
Just a quick question. What was the income amount that you had stated in SB 32 and 33?
Again, don't hold me to this, but it was, I believe, $150,000 in family income annually.
And that was for both, or that was just like the rough ballpark?
I believe it was just for SB 32. As I said, I haven't done a full analysis of the differences between the two.
Just to go back to the previous question that Delisa was asking, the last time that we did research, or the last publication I can find, it was about $12 million in general revenue used to support qualifying affidavit students through state-supported grant aid programs, and that was FY 2016.
Anyone else? Okay. John, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we are approaching the noon hour, and Chad and I have chatted a little bit, and it looks like there's quite a bit left to be covered. So we are advocating at this point that we take an hour break for lunch. Chad, what are our options here?
Option-wise, if you go out of the parking lot and go to the right, you'll go up towards a McDonald's. There's a Subway back there. There's a Taco Bell. Go to the left, but you have to go right and do a big circle thing. You've got a Luby's and you've got a Wendy's over on that side. If you want more of a sit-down place, like there's some Applebee's and things over there. But the close ones are Wendy's, Luby's, McDonald's, Taco Bell, and Subway.
Do we know, is it raining outside right now? Or yes. Yes, I see the shade saying yes, okay.
That may impact what you want to do. Oftentimes we walk to Luby's, but it may be that folk are driving. So we will reconvene at 1 p.m. or 1:05?
1:10.
1:10. We will reconvene at 1:10. Unless people want to ride on it. Yeah, we are doing some carpooling if folk want to kind of join in.
I'm just going to be staying here, just so you know.
Okay. Okay, I think we're going to re-adjourn if we can. May I ask who's on the line?
Christine Stewart Carruthers.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, we are going to turn it over to Shay, and we'll discuss the data collection subcommittee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to just go over briefly just a reporting about the data collection subcommittee, as well as you have something in your handout that's talking about an opportunity to look at the scope of our auto grant payment project, which we've presented to FAAC several times before. So I kind of want to go over that a little bit later. But just as a quick update, the data collection subcommittee, we met on November 7th, and we went over, ironically, the auto grant payment project. And we talked about the scope of it. We talked about the things that could benefit both the agency as well as the institutions. During that time frame, we were able to meet with the developers who are working on this auto grant payment project. And just to get some of you guys up to speed about it, we have presented this particular project to FAAC, and it's looking at trying to automate our 3 grant programs as far as the payments are concerned. Currently, right now, you're going to use our CB Pass portal for those who have access to it to request funds, and it comes up in a application format, and the amount of money you request as well as a student count is what's being provided. And that information is then emailed to our group here at the agency, which is my financial aid services team, and they look at that. And then you're given a copy at the institution. And from there, we start making those payments out to the institutions. What we're trying to do is automate that so you'll be able to upload a file, and we are requesting student level data. Very minimal student level data currently, which is within this particular scope of the project. And we're trying to make sure that when it comes down to reconciliation of the grant programs, that we have that student information up front when you complete your financial aid database report. Also, we're looking to try to make certain that we can get those payments out to the institutions a little bit sooner than going through the manual process, because right now it is more of a manual process once we get that PDF version of your funds request form. So that's the purpose of the auto grant payment. Again, it's for all three grant programs, and it's really just to automate the process itself. The team was able to meet with our developers to kind of go over some ideas that we talked about as a committee. And one of the things that came back from the committee was to ensure that we had more of a comprehensive approach to this uploading of a file, and that it was tab delimited, and it did, again, have very few elements that could be extracted out of your systems. And so it wouldn't make it so difficult to try to provide that information to the coordinating board. And that's kind of where we left off with that committee. So we went back and we analyzed what was being asked as far as the scope of that particular project. And as a group, we did determine that, yes, we could meet those needs to make that information comprehensive. So where you would load a file to a portal, very similar to CB Pass, and we at the coordinating board would make the determination if you're asking for a payment or if you need to return money or if there was just a change to that student record. As you all know, you have the ability to reissue out funding. If the student becomes ineligible, you can give it off to another student within a time frame. And so we would just need to record that change of a student record. And so we did go back to determine that could be done. And that's, again, where we left off November 7th. But it also brought some opportunities, is where your handout comes in for a discussion of going forward with what we have as a scope for the auto grant payment project. We have the ability to make sure that with this particular project, one, we execute it into a degree that we can provide more information to the institutions. As you all recently know, we have allowed the we've reprogrammed our award history file. And so on Monday, we sent a notification letting all the institutions know that there was some current data for FY18 in our award history database. And in your summary, it gives you some ideas about what we're looking to try to achieve with the auto grant payment project if we look at it in a different manner and kind of rescope it. A lot of institutions at this point definitely need more information to help them determine some type of eligibility, especially since you have been able to start awarding a lot sooner than beforehand. We used to do the end-of-year database, and you had end-of-year reports for your grant programs, and now we've moved to 3 cycles of the financial aid database reporting. And we know how successful that has been over this past year. So we want to make certain that the information that you all need in order to determine eligibility, that we can provide that to you a lot sooner. As we're looking at the auto grant payment project, we realize that we might have an opportunity to get that information to you guys a lot sooner when you're looking at trying to determine eligibility, especially if we're asking for student level information already. Knowing that the student has been awarded one of those 3 grant programs and being able to use uncertified information coming from out this payment project and loading that into our award history file. And so one of these recommendations, or thoughts rather, is to see about rescoping this auto grant payment project to make sure that we're actually wanting to provide the information necessary for the institutions, as well as being able to reconcile, have some efficiency, still making those payments in a timely fashion to you all. But that with this particular project, we just don't try to provide a project just because we want something automated, but that it actually has a true benefit overall. And we have the opportunity, before we continue to go down this path with the project, to look at whether or not we need to rescope it. So when we do go live with this, we go live with a project and a product that we know both the agency as well as the institutions can benefit from it. We don't want to continue to make changes along the way to something. So why not look at how we're scoping this project now? So I'm coming to the Financial Aid Advisory Committee to get some thoughts, if you all have had the opportunity to kind of look over the summary, what we're looking at, just to gather some thoughts and your ideas about, 1, the project as a whole. 2, if we looked at rescoping it, what that benefit could be, because we also would have the ability to look back at how we are providing different elements on the financial aid database report. We don't want to duplicate with other reports that we have, as well as if there is anything we want to include on this auto grant payment, that we don't duplicate that elsewhere along the way through the financial aid database report. Knowing that, yes, we have already done a restructure to the financial aid database report, we're not looking to do it right away, but somewhere down the future, especially if we look at trying to rescope this particular project, and that way they all align well for us. So I'm going to kind of stop right there to give you a few minutes just to kind of look over your handout to make sure that you yourself don't have any additional questions, and then I'm going to open it up for discussion from the group to get your thoughts, because again, the purpose is for us to discuss this before we continue to go down this particular pathway with this project. I see Alan anxiously waiting to ask me a question. So currently, just to throw something at you guys, how are you currently using the award history for all the data that we do provide in it? How beneficial is that for you? Again, this award history file, the way that it will be set up in our database is it will populate based on validated or certified information coming from the FAACs. And so that's the way it's currently set up. How would that continue to work for you?
Just to add to Deshay's question, this is, the question she just asked wasn't a kind of, do you think there's anything we should know? It's literally a, you need to let us know how you're using award history file, because we don't use it. Only you all use it, we just populate it. And so we're trying to figure out why we even have it in the first place. So if you all don't have a use for it, we'll look at getting rid of it.
I don't know of any way that we use it at all.
We've been using it for Texas grant recipients in the past, and we were, especially for transfer students. Number one, we've done some data mining with using that, and then looking at eligibility from the past. So I can get you more specifics from the person who actually works the report or looks at the database, that award history file. Unfortunately, I'm not the person that does it, but I know that we have used it historically in the past for many years. And when, this year it came out later, and that was one thing that the individual who has been coordinating my Texas grant program for a number of years was, continued to ask me is, when do you think I might have this available? So I would be happy to get some more information, though, to provide that. And I could also ask some other schools. I don't know, there may be some other comments, but just from my perspective, I know we use it. I'm not able to tell you today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get with her yesterday to get that particular information either.
And Alan, you said you guys do not use it whatsoever. Okay.
I'm going to echo everything that Delisa said. We do use it. It's our grant team that uses it for Texas Grant. I know they said that it's very important, and they also said when it was not available that they had to go back and do a lot of manual work to look at the eligibility. So again, I can get a little bit more specific and provide that, but it sounds like it is useful at our institution.
As you look at as you look at it, I think a way to phrase the question better is right now there's 14 fields in it. We don't know whether all 14 fields are actually used or whether it's just there's 3 fields that are essential.
Correct. Thank you, Charles. That's exactly what I was going to add, to really go back and look at what type of results you all are receiving from us, and if that's what you need to continue at Texas A&M to get what it is that person needs, as well as at UNT. And then for the others who may not be using it, is there a reason why you may not be using it?
Well, I can
just to get some understanding.
At Tarrant County College, it's TEOG. So I don't have a large number of students transferring that have a TEOG. My students usually tend to go out. So it's not, I tend to work only with my students, and so it's easier to track them. I know the teams looked at it, trying to see if they can use it in some way as double checks or, but it's not anything that we use on a daily basis. Again, I think by nature of the type of population I have, it's not as manual to handle the 2 or 3 that are coming from somewhere else, if they're identified.
Gotcha.
In this summer, I'll just go back to it. I do know this. When we didn't have this, I know that our Texas grant coordinator was contacting other institutions daily to get information, kind of back in the financial aid transcript world many years ago, to get information about their eligibility. And we do have a large population of transfer students and at Blenn's college, so we were probably bugging Brent mostly, but and some others, and I know that was one particular thing. But I will definitely find out for sure, and I will look at the particular fields, because I think that would be important, because there could be some things that she's not even looking at or using from that. And I encourage the committee, if they have other people, if they're not the person who does Texas Grant at your institution, to find out if they're using this award history file at all.
Go ahead.
I would agree that for me, using it for TEOG is kind of a moot point because I don't have a lot of transfer students either. But I also could see the validity of it for Texas Grant, especially at a 4-year institution. So I think it's definitely worth keeping for sure.
I want to echo that. We use it for Texas Grant processing, and it's very helpful for us to take care of our transfer students and align who has eligibility coming in, so we can target those kids or those students. So, Chad, please don't get rid of it.
My question is how we're using it. So it sounds like all of you need to go back and figure out how.
Right.
So that's the key thing, because what we don't want to do is keep making you all provide us with a bunch of details that then it turns out no one's actually using. If there's really only 4 fields that you're all using, but we're forcing you all to give us 15 fields, then we're forcing you to do an unnecessary step. So that's what I was trying to get at. I apologize if I was too emphatic.
Yeah, I would just affirm, it's really used in determining eligibility for Texas grant. The issue is, and I think this has been discussed in other forums, the amount of Texas grant available and the availability there is for our students who are transferring to our university is limited because priority goes to, other populations. So as more funding would become available for Texas grant, and we would be looking to identify more students as transfers, it would become even more important. I think the other thing is, and what we're trying to figure out is this a good tool? Because primarily, I think it's used just as a student identifies, then we look and say, hey, did they get, aid someplace else? Were they at another public university 4-year? Were they at a community college? Are they eligible for a Texas grant renewal year award because they have an initial year eligibility, or are they on pathway? But I think the challenge that we're having is saying, how can we better identify students who could be eligible for Texas grant who are transferring to us? And if we had funds, we could get those to them. I think another area, and I'm probably going even beyond this, but are we strategically identifying students at the community college for eligibility so that they can best transfer and have that Texas grant eligibility? Again, I think there's a gap in maybe the logic of how state funds are being awarded to maximize the students' long-term eligibility towards a 4-year degree with our aid programs.
And let me just add that as you go back to your institutions and those who actually are using this award history, one of the things, again, I mentioned as far as opportunity when it comes to this auto grant payment project is, again, the source of that data. So if currently the source of the data for the award history is right now looking at FAADs, as well as if it's historical information that you're providing when you're reporting FAADs for a student who's received it in the past, we're also looking at the end of year databases. So you have 2 sources. Again, if we move the scope of this auto grant payment project to where this would be the source of that data to populate award history, that's what we're looking to determine. Where is the best source of information? Where should it come from? Should it come from FAADs? Because again, it's based upon last reported information. So if you have institutions who have yet completed the validation or certification of FAADs, you don't have the most up-to-date current information. And we know that to be a fact because right now for reporting cycle 3, even if you use award history today, not everyone has certified their FAADs report. So where's the source coming from? So with the auto grant payment project, we could have an opportunity to revisit where we're getting you the information, whether we think it's 3 items that are wonderful, whether we think it's 2, whatever you all think is best beneficial for you to continue learning about those students to determine eligibility up front, because that's going to be more consistent. In order for us to get you the payment, you're going to have to provide something to us, and then we're going to have to give you the payment. But the information you provide could help other institutions as they're determining eligibility. So where's that source coming from? Do we want to rescope this particular project so we can start aligning it better for the institutions? Or if we're all okay with how you're receiving the information, then we leave it as is. But we're trying to determine, before we continue down this pathway with this particular project, to make certain that it's going to give everyone what it is that they're looking for. Definitely. We're still in the early stages of this project. Again, this project got approved by our steering committee here at the agency back in June. We really started true discussions of it in, I want to say, August, and we've gone into full-blown movement of it by doing a project timeline for it. So the idea is for automation to go live June 1st. of 2019. So if we're looking at rescoping anything, the time is of essence, obviously, because we don't want to, again, come after June 1st, and then I hear back from everyone saying this is kind of not what we intended, this is not what we wanted, because it's going to be a lot harder for us to go back and restructure something versus looking at it now and then providing a product later that's going to give us everything that we need. So we don't want to tie ourselves to a deadline date in order to provide the best product. We want to make sure that it is what is needed for our customer base institutions, but you are also providing what we need for the agency for other things that we would use this for. Reporting is obviously a big piece for us because we'll be able to extract that information a lot sooner than how you're currently giving us numbers. Those numbers fluctuate when you guys do your funds request form. They change all the time. They're not as accurate, whereas student level data information coming straight out of your system and you making those appropriate changes would best benefit us. And that's also what our auditors are looking for as well. But at the same time, we may be able to provide other benefits to you as our customers. Again, the award history for those who use it. How do we look at that data source?
So, Deshay, I'm a little confused, and I just want to be completely clear on this, because I was getting some information from Doris, who's on the subcommittee, and some of the concerns. I appreciate everything you've said about wanting to serve us and streamline and all the rest. What I was hearing initially was, long-term, and now this issue of June 1st. So I'm a little unclear about what's going on. But as I understand it, what we're also talking about here is the possibility of pretty much eradicating what we've done over the last year, year and a half, 2 years with FADs and all of the work that's gone into that, because there's this possibility that FADs would then revert to a one submission, and then we're going to be talking about doing a monthly submission on a by student position. So can you clarify for us really what's going on?
Yes. So you mentioned that you spoke with one of the committee members, and also they've been involved as far as I've given the information to them as well. So just to clarify, so June 1st is the go live date of this way this current auto grant payment project is scoped out. So June 1st, 2019, the way it's scoped out currently is based upon the 3 grant programs being automated, you providing us student level data in a file with minimal information that we're asking for. That's the scope of it. Nothing else changes. That's just the way the project is being laid out. So there are no changes. So that's where June 1st comes from. June 1st, 2019, to onboard this automation of the grant project, the grant payment process. As far as making changes to the financial aid database report, I mentioned before that we have different opportunities to make changes somewhere down the road as far as eliminating elements that may not be of use because it may be duplicated elsewhere, or we're not making sure that we're using it appropriately. Currently, like I said, this award history database does extract information from FADs that is being reported by the institutions on FADs. So if there are elements that you all are not using for the award history, then maybe those are elements that we don't need to ask you about when it comes to the database report. And making changes to the financial aid database report, as we all know, can't come quite easily or soon, because again, not only was there energy poured into doing it 3 times a year from the institutions, but energy poured in for the agency doing 3 times a year. So if we're looking at making any kind of changes down the road for FADs, it'd be something that we'd bring back to everyone. So it's nothing immediate that we're looking to try to do. And I know that was a concern for Doris, was not removing it from 3 cycles down to 1. We could have an opportunity to move it down to 1 cycle as we scope it out to make sure that, is this what we want to do? Are we gathering information earlier on? Is it being used? Because again, we've only done this for 1 year. So we do need to make sure that what we have set in place is working, and we are getting the information and the data that we need from the institutions to ensure that 3 cycles does make sense. We've only, like I said, only done this for 1 year. But as we're looking at all other projects that we have, we want to make sure that, again, the certified data comes from financial aid database, that we are tying this back over there to ensure that this is what we actually want to do.
I just want to add as well, to Diane's question, some people might be wondering, why are we thinking about changing the FAD so quickly after we had just changed it? And just want to point out a couple things that we mentioned was that when the FAD revision was first envisioned, which was several years ago, since that time, reallocations have been eliminated for the grant programs. Efforts to introduce summer grant flexibility has begun, and this whole auto grant process was starting to be investigated. So the landscape changed significantly from what we changed when we changed FADs.
Right.
If the landscape hadn't changed so significantly, we wouldn't be proposing this type of change so quickly. But I just wanted to point out so that people aren't thinking, oh, they're just changing again. There's been so much other change that we wanted to bring it up for discussion.
And I would just say, I have a staff member who's worked on this committee, on this subcommittee, and which her first reaction was like, good grief, we put so much work, why would we do away with this? And my reaction is, if we've got it, not that we got it wrong, okay, not that submitting the FAD 3 times, but it still is much a manual process. Every time we submit those, there is a lot of massaging that goes on to get that data to be accepted. So, I mean, I don't want people to get the idea, I'm for eliminating cycle 1 and 2 full heart. I mean, I don't care how much work we put in it last year. I will like bring an extra box of Kleenexes for Carolyn. But like I am for simplifying things, and the reporting that we do, if my federal government reporting was like the state reporting, good grief. I mean, we'd have to hire somebody full-time to do that. Carolyn estimated that she spent somewhere around 160 hours on the FAD this last year. And now I know a lot of that was beta testing and that kind of thing, and so it'll probably go down in future years. But still, that even to say 2 weeks of time, 80 hours to do state reporting is like, and it's not something where you can just program it where it automatically does it, or people would already have, there wouldn't be any issues right now. I mean, the amount of money that it takes to do that. So, and ongoing to get that going. A lot of schools have done it manual, and they're hoping to be able to program something. So the sooner we could eliminate that, regardless of the amount of hours we spent, the better. And I think, the Department of Education is not is on the federal level is not a model that we all should just like adapt to. But if you think about some of the things that they do, we have to report. Anytime we want a disbursement, guess what? We have to send a report in. So I think it makes sense to align that so there's no argument. And I see where the FAD can't possibly accomplish that piece. But I would like to say I also support like a change in the SAP, because I think that's one of the pieces to it, that the schools not report that and then have to suffer the consequences of getting that undone, but that we do just like on the federal government side. We monitor that as an institution and make that determination. So that's my feedback on the SAP, that I would like to do away with reporting that, and it be that the school is responsible for checking that before disbursement.
I have a question, just because I'm brand new and I just need some backstory. Because this is the very first time I'm hearing about a disbursement roster format. And so, you guys probably have already thought about it and figured it out in your head. And I'm thinking June 1st, I'm in a panic right this minute because I have a very small FAM system and I have a very small IT staff. And if I have to have something like this to get my disbursements, right now it takes me about 10 minutes to fill out the form. And that's because most of the time I fill it out wrong the first time, to get my money. And so if I have to go through this, this is almost going back to the old applications with the TEG that you used to have to send in years and years ago before you would get your money. I just need a little backstory
as to why we are trying to move it to more of an automation versus continue with the funds request form that you're currently doing.
With the whole student, the roster and all of that.
Would it be useful for me to give the information that I've given at the past 2 TASFA conferences. So in the past two TASFA conferences during the SFAP update, I've mentioned to the membership that we needed to move towards a new reporting process for student record level data for the grant programs, because the data that we get through the current forms is so out of line with the actuality of the information that comes in on the financial aid databases. We use that information that's currently submitted on the forms to track the number of students that are receiving, because we have to report to the state how many students there are. And what happens every year is we use that information to put together, and we report our third quarter numbers based on that information. And then when we report our final information, there's a drop of several thousand students every year, because the FAD information that is certified information is so significantly different than what's coming in on the records that are submitted. And this is not just one institution that's an issue that we need to work on training a single institution. It's across the board that these pieces that come in that say I have this many students and I need this much money, the final one we're getting from everyone does not align, or even throughout the year does not align with what we get with the FAD information. And so 2 years ago, about a year and a few months ago at the TASFA conference, I mentioned that we needed to start looking at this. And then at this past conference, I talked with everyone about the fact that actually I think it was I forget who it was, but asked, is this a done deal? And I said, it's a done deal in the sense that we have to do something different. It's not a done deal that this is exactly how we're doing it, but it's a done deal that we do have to change the way we're collecting information so that we have more accurate information to be able to better report to the state as to what's going on. And our goal that we've been mentioning throughout this is to make this as simple a report as possible. Like right now, the proposal that they're looking at, I think it has 4 data elements in it. It's got date of birth, maybe 5 data elements: date of birth, ID, first name, last name, and the amount of the award. So it's just a simple piece. We're not looking for it to be a mini FADS. We're not looking for 130 data elements every time you want money. We're just looking for those very few data elements. The first 4 elements are just to make sure we can match them up in our system. And then the 5th element is what's the amount of the grant. So that's the information that I've provided at the TASFA conferences.
So my question is, when we did the reconciliation for the second cycle, did that help at all with the accuracy of the numbers?
Oh, go. Okay. It did help some, but again, we're in the 3rd cycle and there's still funding coming back. So as far as, and throughout all 3 grant programs. So again, eligibility can change. Funding is coming back. So there are different reasons why. We are actually in the middle trying to do a comparison between what that funding looked like in FY17 versus FY18 around the same time. In FY17, you had to complete an end of year report. And obviously you're doing reporting cycle 2 around that same time frame for FY18. So we're actually looking at that right now to compare how much dollars did not come back to the state, but there are still dollars that are coming back.
So obviously things are going to fluctuate. So specifically between a fall and a spring because of loss of eligibility to the SAP. So is it that the coordinating board is not receiving funding back from institutions for students who've lost eligibility? Or is it because you're saying, are we looking at basically that, there's so much change in what we say we awarded and then what we end up paying out because there is a lot of eligibility loss. There's a lot of over awards what we do, and I know at my institution, we're constantly looking and monitoring our Texas grant funds because if students do lose eligibility or for whatever reason, or if they have an over award situation where we've reduced, but we have another student that we could pick them up, and we do that. And all institutions may not, and I understand why some may or may not, because they might not have the manpower and some of the technology. So, because that's what I'm trying to figure out, is it institutions that have this Texas grant money who can't spend it, who's not sending it back, or is it an issue where you're like, well, you said you awarded, I'll just use some random number, $500,000, and you actually now are telling us you only awarded $300,000. And some of it could be because they haven't returned money for students who lost eligibility. Can you help me understand just a little bit? I'm sorry.
I would say it's both of those.
Okay. I was just getting ready to say that.
I was trying to say both to
Yes,
you, but
both.
yeah, it's both
It is.
of those
It
issues.
is.
It's not one or the
Right.
other.
So
Correct.
Are we somewhat, though, in the position then where we're kind of going back to not an EOI report, but somewhat, not as many data elements, where we're continuously shooting data? And so let's just say if I sent a file in February, or January, and say, here's all the people that we dispersed, then you would send me the money for those people, those students.
In that theory, yes.
Okay, so I'll front the money, whatever. So then in February, if I send a file and you're like, tell me all the people you dispersed, and somebody has lost eligibility, now I'm going to tell you that somebody's lost eligibility, are you going to require some action of me, because knowing that I'm going to continue to try to spend that money?
The way the scope of the project is, no, because we went for a comprehensive. So on the back end, the coordinating board has to decipher, is this you requesting new money? Is this just a change in a student record where the dollar just shifted from student A to student B, but you're not requesting any money? It's student A may have lost eligibility and student B gained that funding that student A lost. We just need both student A's record from the initial time that you dispersed, and now we need student B, because that dollar, that money's tied to someone. Someone is being tied to that money. Or C, do you need to return us back money because you just really have reported that all of this money has no longer, these students are eligible, and we're showing that you need to return that funding.
Clarify real quickly. She's given you all those options. The intent from the committee is that the school doesn't have to tell her which option it is. We're just going to send your current file on that day. So if you've made that swap, it's already reflected. The coordinating board knows what you sent before. They're going to do the subtraction, the adding, so that the school is doing nothing more than sending their year-to-date file. And if it means we need more funding, we get more funding.
Right. I mean,
that means we need to return.
That has to be an action item, obviously, tell us, hey, I'm wanting this particular funding. Okay, great, we will cut a check for that.
I understand, and I know we've talked about this, but the more I think about it, then that's a lot of involvement from the school standpoint, and from our accounting office standpoint as well. So it's on a monthly basis,
Well,
because it's.
Well, when you say.
Set a monthly basis.
Right.
It's as you want to request funds, like you
Correct.
do now.
Yes. It doesn't change the way you ask for your funding to us, because for the funds request form, you don't send us one monthly. Depending on the institution, we do have those who like to send monthly ones, but it doesn't require you to change that particular practice on how you're requesting the money to us. It's about how you get us the information in order for us to send this money out to you.
Okay.
So it's not the funds request form through CB Pass. It'd be another method of getting us this student level information, requesting this money to us. And I think the monthly reconciliation you may have been speaking about was a conversation that came up in the committee. I don't believe there's someone at Texas A&M University that sits on it, but I do know that conversation came up as far as how often is the coordinating board requiring them to send a form in. And again, I go back to saying it doesn't change the way that you request your money. I mean, I would assume you have some reconciliation practices in place at your institution on how often you are reconciling these state programs, because again, it would get caught up at some point to let us know. But it doesn't require you to send it to us every single month, because you may not be requesting it as such every single month now.
Okay.
Does that clear that up?
I think so, yeah. I'm still contemplating, but yeah, I think so. Thank you.
I just want to clarify something that you were saying the committee was saying. So I know, Chad, you mentioned there's the 4 data elements, and then there's the 3 additional, which are the award specific for the student. So you've got the 7 data elements that compose that. And it is the coordinating board. I mean, we don't have to report changes. We're not saying this is different. We're just saying this is what this is to date.
That is the intent of the committee, to make it,
Correct.
in our opinion, as easy on the schools as possible, that we would run whatever we run, and it would be basically your year-to-date. And that the coordinating board would make the comparisons in their database so that they had the most recent information. What it does mean is if you do, at the end of receiving all your funds, if you're swapping out students, you would then need to actually send this report in, even though you're not going to get any more funds, you would need to make the database current for that, because eventually it'll be reconciled with the FAAC's report. But beyond that, the intent is truly just, we run a report, we put our numbers on it, we staple it together, and we put basically in a file or scan it. We come on a couple months later whenever we need more money, and we run a report, subtract the 2, add up who we have, and send it in. That was the thought process that we came to it, trying to make it as simple as possible for the schools. And if that's not simple, let me know.
No, and that's what I wanted to clarify, because I'm trying to reconcile this in my mind with sort of the net spending that we do with DL or anything else. So in effect, we could still do that, because as Delisa mentioned before, we have a lot of variance during the semester, from semester to semester, and now that we have the option to spend it in the summer, that should be our ability, but I want to make sure I understand at what point in time do we have to report, and if it's only at the point in time that it's when we want reimbursement, or we get towards the end and we're trying to just close out the year. That's a much different scenario.
Yes.
And I just want to clarify something so that people understand, because I feel like I've thrown Tashay under the bus a little bit with this whole idea. The committee's idea is just the 4 elements that allow you to figure out who the person is and their year-to-date amount.
Right.
Like, that's where it currently stands. This whole thing here, we put together for the data collection subcommittee, because as we were looking at it internally, we started seeing, and at TASFA board meetings, at TASFA conferences, at a SAPUPSI meeting, at all these different meetings, I was hearing, what's the earliest you could get us information on the award history? How soon? Part of it was because we were later this year because we had to do a conversion, but people are like, we want it even earlier than we used to get it. And so we started talking internally about, there might be an opportunity to populate the award history file even earlier if we used this disbursement roster concept that was being developed. And so that's what kind of got us to start talking about these pieces and got us really thinking. So all this stuff that's in your handouts is for discussion. It is not part of the scope of the project in any way, shape, or form. And if the scope were anything bigger than the 5 data elements that are currently being considered, then we might need to think about, does June 1st work? The only reason we were thinking that next summer would work is because it was literally just going to be 5 data elements. It wasn't going to be a massive reporting structure.
Right.
But if there's a way that this project could ultimately benefit in other ways, we wanted to try to take that into account and make sure we talked and had a good discussion about it.
And Chad, I really appreciate those comments. My concern is that even with just the 5 data elements, I want to be really attentive to the comments that Denise had. We're talking about 6 months out, and then people have to go back to IT resources. They've just worked through FAACs. Now they've got to go back and say, okay, we have to do this. So my consternation at this point is, how are the institutions set up to make these changes? We're talking in this group, but there's a lot of people out there that are not physically at this table. And I want to make sure that we're getting the feedback from those institutions as well.
It was a very definitive statement. I'm not
It was
sure
a
people know
definitive
what-
statement. So,
Like, are you forming
I mean,
Didn't you talk
well,
to-
no, I think part of the concern I have is that, you know, and we talked about this morning with our new member orientation, we felt as a group that we were very clear on the change in the priority date. And then we found out from institutions, not so much. It took people by surprise. So I guess this is really partly my charge to this committee. How are we working with the coordinating board to make sure that all of the membership understands that these are the changes that are being proposed and why? So how do we do that?
And I think that's definitely fair, and we definitely want to make sure that the message is out amongst all the institutions, because the data collection subcommittee represents a small population of all those institution types, and whatever we need to do to make sure that it's well communicated to get the kind of feedback that Denise offered. What does that look like for you? How does that impact? Because again, the go live date can change. It doesn't have to be necessarily set in stone if there are things that impact it. We wrote that into our project timeline. If there are things that impact the deliverables of this particular project, then we need to look at this go live date sooner rather than later, because we don't want to continue down the path if by June 1st we're ready to go, but you're not ready to go. So the sooner the better that we get this information out, whatever that means for me to work with Delisa for TASFA so we can get something out there to get this this information out amongst everyone. We will do just that after this FAAC to get the comments and feedback. And again, we'll need to get it rather quickly to see what this impact looks like so we don't continue to push forward with the way the project is set up currently before we want to go live. But I'm willing to do whatever that needs to be done to make sure that the Denises of the world know what's going on and what that looks like for them, especially for resources.
I think TASFA is one way, but I think the coordinating board in itself, because some of it will be crossover in populations, but some of it will spread further, because, TASFA has, an X number of people who are members, directors and non-directors, people who read it, who are in the trenches, sometimes who maybe a director is like, well, I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but they're not the ones sometimes in the mix of it. And, so we need to make sure that we address that. But from the coordinating board standpoint and what you reach, sometimes it does cross population, but then it gets to a larger population as well.
Almost
so I think
definitely.
It's a little bit of both would be helpful.
And I agree 100% that, and why I was saying partner with, because we want to make sure that we do partner out to others in the same messaging.
There's one aspect of this that we haven't really talked about, because as we looked at this, kind of three pieces came up. One was just the receipt of aid, and could we populate the award history file as to, with uncertified information, but thus you'd know earlier that someone got a TEOG or a Texas grant or something like that. Another, once we started looking at the award history file internally, we started wondering what are all these SAP fields, because there's like 4 or 5 different SAP fields that are in there, and we just weren't even sure what people are using them for. And so that's kind of that level of detail of, are these even needed in there? A third piece that's also come up that really we need to figure out how we're going to move forward on is in terms of the appropriation year from which an institution is going to spend their summer grant funds. Because we, unlike the federal government, we don't have the ability to do a carryback. So it's not like SEOG that you can just kind of move things where you need them to move. There is not a carryback option. At the same time, there is an option for institutions. I'm just going to use the current FY 2019 and then the coming FY 20 as an example, for lack of a better way to describe this. But if at the end of FY 2019, you hadn't used up all your money and you wanted to use it during the summer, if you're a trailer school, that's very simple. You award it, you're a trailer, it's in your same FAD year, it's, you know, before the end of the fiscal year, you send it in, we can send you the money. If you're a header school, we run into a challenge because technically you can, from a state fiscal standpoint, use your leftover 2019 money to award on the header of your FY20 academic year. But from a FAD reconciliation standpoint, we need you're going to be reporting it your summer, fall, spring as your year, not until FY20. So somehow there's going to need to be a way for us to tell, are you using appropriation year 19 money on your FAD year 20 awards? We could just say, you know, the simplest way would just be to say, you can only use your appropriation year money in the FAD year that you're doing it. So if you're a header school, you have until the end of spring to use up all your money, and then you have to move over. You know, now mind you, between the biennium, or between the years within a biennium, we could carry that money over for you, but nonetheless, we couldn't give you that money until after September 1st. You know, that would be the simplest way. We were trying to find a way to allow people to have this extra flexibility, especially a good point that was made at the TASFA conference is that the federal government is pushing things in a way that almost encourages summer headers because of the way that a Pell Grant that's awarded as summer has easier restrictions, for lack of a better way to put it, than if it's a trailer after having attended fall and spring semesters. So there may be institutions that are considering moving towards summer as a header in order to create Pell Grant eligibility. So we were trying to figure out how can we do this to allow for the use of your appropriation year money. So that was one of the things that was proposed, was that you would report the student and indicate the FAD year that you'd be reporting it on. Basically, you know, if it's a trailer, you're going to report, you know, it would be the FY19 year. If it's a header, it'd be the FY20. So you'd report that with the student record. But you would submit the file with an indication of what appropriation year do I want this money from, so that if you were doing summer header but you were still using up some of your FY19 money, you could in fact be able to use that. If that is a level of detail that is beyond what the coordinating board should be worrying about, and people feel like you guys just need to cut it clean and say your FAD year has to line up with your appropriation year and we're just going to have to deal with it, then that's fine. I need that kind of feedback, and I can explain to the agency, you know, that institutions are comfortable with this restrictive way of doing it. But if we want to provide the flexibility to use your appropriation year money in a different year than your FAD year, then we are going to need some kind of detailed information from you to let us know, so that we can in fact reconcile your FAD at the end of the year, and we can reconcile your allocation, because your allocation will reconcile against your appropriation year, whereas FAD will reconcile with the awards. So there is that challenge that's added, and I don't know how deep you want us to delve into trying to solve that for you.
And I could just speak for our school. We don't have money left over. I mean, we don't have a problem with having to carry money forward. We have lots of students that are eligible that we can't fund. So, I'm for having flexibility, but like for our institution, it's not flexibility that's needed. We always, I don't even know that we're going to spend money in the summer because we have it spent in fall, spring. So that's where our school sits.
I'm in agreement with Alan. Our goal is to spend every dollar. And I think really, if anything, we're going to fight not to spend in the next fiscal year, in that we're going to very seldom carry money over. We all know that our presidents are going to get the word's going to get back if we don't spend every single dollar that year. We always know there could be a little bit, but our goal every year is to spend every dollar, TEOG, Texas Grant, whatever it was. It's nice to have the flexibility. I agree with Alan there, and I think everybody loves that, but how are we benefiting our students if we're trying to carry money over unless there was just a hiccup and we couldn't spend it?
How many institutions that are represented today are header schools? Do we have any summer header schools? Okay, then that's a piece that I really need to ask you all as representatives of your communities to go out, because we know there are summer header schools out there. And so that's impacting the discussion today, is that if we have a room full of trailer schools, everyone's thinking, well, this is not an issue, but we need to find out if it's an issue from the summer header schools. Because I don't want to pit you guys against each other and have them all upset that they don't get the flexibility because a bunch of trailer schools said, don't worry about it.
Because I know University of Texas in Arlington is a header school and has been for many years. And then I wanted to say we're both. Because of year-round Pell, there are some students that will pay Pell as a header. But typically on state funds, we wouldn't do that. So we would expend all of our state funds. But I agree with you, there are a lot of schools that are using now, and some that are transitioning to a header school because of year-round Pell. So their voice needs to be heard, and that's where that flexibility could come in. But I can certainly reach out to Karen Krause for one person, because she has been a header school for a long time.
You all could reach out to your connections, and if you know header schools, reach out to them. We don't necessarily have that level of detail. We just hear about it and get that feedback to Samantha and to Deshay so that we can understand how important is this piece of the puzzle, regardless of the other stuff about do we update the award history file and how does SAP affect it. Just this core, how do we know where the money's being spent out of, is a really critical piece. I think we could stumble through this coming summer with just some emails and tracking and figuring it out, because a lot of people don't even have plans in place because they're just focusing on let's just spend all the money and not even worry about it. But if summer if more money gets infused into the program and in the future, if people start thinking, okay, well, I am going to think about how to support certain groups through the summer. If summer becomes a bigger deal, we're not going to be able to do it with just quick notes back and forth saying, oh, yeah, that guy was a summer guy and that guy wasn't. We need a structured way of doing it. We don't necessarily need it by June 1st. But we do need to figure out whether or not we need to just give some rules that say, look, your FAD has to match your appropriation year, or whether we need to come up with a way for that. The one thing we can't do is if you do summer, if you're a summer header and you're using money from your coming appropriation year, so like this coming summer, if you're using your FY20 money, we can't get that to you before September 1st, because that is just a state fiscal mandate that we can't disperse any money prior to. You could disperse on your campus and be refunded, reimbursed at that time. But, or you could award your own money at that time, and then after September 1st, you could adjust the financial aid package and give them a grant back in the summer and flip that around and ask for the money. There's ways that you can do it, but unfortunately, state fiscal policy does not allow us to pull from the coming year's appropriation until September 1st.
Any other comments on this?
Let me.
I was going to say, Deshay, I'll just ask that you and Delisa work together.
Yes.
And think about a communication plan between TASPA and the co-board. And I would also ask all of the committee members to talk to some of your colleagues and try and get some feedback back for Deshay.
Yes, definitely, because that is a critical piece, especially the way this is set up on a comprehensive version of how it's programmed. So if we're thinking of what that flexibility looks like, we need to definitely revisit how we're programming it as well, because we'll have to look at that programming of just you giving us information and the back end, the agency trying to decipher with what that information looks like. So, thank you.
Thank you, Deshay. On to the next item, TASPA Subcommittee. Robert?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, so I really don't have much to say other than that I have received 5 volunteers. First one is Fred Peña from TSTC, Joseph Sanchez from UNT Health Science, Vanessa Negrete from Texas Tech, Lacey Thompson from UNT, and Chandra Gonzalez from University of Houston. My goal is to have a meeting after the spring registration, but no later than in January. So next month we'll schedule a meeting. Yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah.
Robert, can you take more members?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, these are the people that I receive. The bigger the barrier. So far, we have a good representation. So, if we can get some more schools there, that's fine.
Okay. So, Carla, were you volunteering to be on the committee? Okay, great. And then, Delisa, if you have somebody, you'll let Robert know. If anyone else has members, just communicate with Robert.
Robert, did you have any representation from independent institutions?
No, I don't have any.
So that's something, if anyone knows anyone or can connect with anyone, I think it'd be very important to have the private independent institutions represented on TASFA as well, because I know that they utilize it.
I'll reach out to Rice. I think they use the TASFA over there, so.
Thank you, Robert. The next item is a new addition to our agenda, and it's going to be a standing item. We felt it was extremely important that we gave an opportunity for the ISD representatives to bring forth topics of conversation that they want to share with the coordinating board. So I'm going to put Kara on the spot. Kara, is there anything that you want to share with us at this point?
I would just share a few things. Terry and I discussed a couple of topics, and none of it's new or groundbreaking to you. Just reiterating the importance of shifting the language a little bit in that loan information, grants, loans. Kids just don't understand it, especially at the high school level. So when they get that paperwork and they see a Parent Plus loan, they don't understand what that means, and they don't understand their parents may not qualify for that loan, and those sorts of things. So we've had a lot of conversations about that. I think the other big thing in terms of the shift in the priority deadline, I feel like, at least in the Austin community I can speak for, that shift has been a relatively easy one for counselors to absorb. I don't think we've had much of an issue in meeting those deadlines. So I think we're doing okay there. And I think those were the two big things that we discussed. So we're happy to answer any questions you have about how the decisions you make impact us at the campus level, high school level, but yeah, we don't have anything new to add.
Anyone have any questions for Kara? Okay. Kara, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. The next is also going to be a new standing item, and that's going to be any TASPA recommendations. That will be anything that Delisa or I hear about. Delisa is serving as TASFA president, and so she is our connection to TASFA. I don't believe that we have anything at this point, but just wanted folk to know that we have added this as a standing item for the agenda. And then we're going to move on to the priority deadline impact.
Thanks. Sorry, I just need to pull up my notes. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about today was thinking about the priority deadline from kind of two perspectives. One perspective being kind of what you've started to experience with it. You know, this is we're going into the first year of using the January 15th. What has the experience, both benefits that you've seen or drawbacks that you've seen? The other piece wanted to talk about was kind of what are the positive impacts and unintended consequences that a deadline in and of itself, regardless of what time it is, what are the impacts of having a deadline period? The reason I bring it up is because from the various meetings that I've been in, some feedback, some questions that have been presented about the idea of a priority deadline. One, does the priority deadline have a negative impact on two-year institutions due to the very different admissions financial aid cycle used in that sector? Which relates to the idea of, even though it's not required for the two-year institutions, is it interpreted or perceived as being a requirement in that area? A question was asked about whether the priority deadline has a negative impact on TASFA completion, given all of the challenges that institutions have trying to get students to fill out the TASFA in the first place. Whether it be concerns that they have about, should I be filling it out, whether they're confused to fill it out, but that's already such a challenge. We've talked about, does the priority deadline have a negative impact on transfer students due to the very different admissions and financial aid cycles for that population? So I'm trying to make sure that as an agency, beyond just what was the impact of moving from March 15th to January 15th, wanting us also to understand what's the impact of having a priority deadline in the first place so that we can speak to that should we be asked those questions by elected officials. So I guess if we could start with any feedback that you have so far on the move from March 15th to January 15th.
I did check with members, my team members, and they said they haven't had any questions from students or parents. Everything seems to have gone pretty smoothly with the January 15th date. I think part of it too is, we did change our institutional date, and we're calling it a priority date. Not deadline. And so I think that's also helping, to try to explain to students and parents. But I had feedback from about 5 or 6 individuals, and they all said that they haven't had any concerns or questions from students or parents or even internally.
I think that's what has helped is it seems like the high school counselors have been getting more involved over the last 2 years with the earlier deadline for the FAFSA. So it's just become like kind of a natural, it's worked together. And so our high school counselors have been really active. We used to have a lot of things in January, February, and now we have a lot of things in October and November. And so as far as going out and helping with FAFSA completion. So it's been positive from that standpoint. I don't know what's going to happen in the end when students find out that they missed the deadline. That's what's going to, but we have been very careful too to change our terminology and not say deadline as well, because it's counteractive to what we're trying to accomplish as a whole with students.
I would, also mentioned the idea of deadline. I think overall that has that connotation that may be unintended. And I think part of it is, depending on your institution, depending on your sector, is it a hard deadline or is it just a priority date? You know, for my institution, it really does not affect the aid commitment a student is getting, you know, even with state funds. And so, you know, we've preferred to use the date priority filing date, you know, something like that, something softer, and try to emphasize, hey, as early as you can, the better, you know, but if you miss it, still file, you're still okay, you know. So I think, you know, something, you know, to that line is important. I think where I've seen the most is it's gotten feathers ruffled of the administration at my university thinking this is a big deal, and me trying to explain, at least for our student population, it isn't, you know, a big deal. So I've had to do a lot of work to try to assure my administration that we are doing everything possible to make sure students are filing in a timely manner, which isn't a bad thing overall, but it's created, you know, a little bit of, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing here, and, you know, all of that. So, yeah, so I think overall, having a date earlier to get people in the process, and what I've said, and this is, you know, the language I try to use with students, is the earlier you get the process done of your application complete, the sooner you can know and the sooner we can communicate to you what your awards are. And that's the most important reason for you to file early, so that you can know, not necessarily, and again, maybe specific to institutions where that date doesn't mean, hey, you missed that by one day, your award goes from, you know, $5,000 to zero in a particular funding opportunity.
I guess I want to really echo what you're saying, Ed, is that we are also trying to soften the language and use a priority date. I would ask for the institutions that are here, do any of you use the word deadline? Are you, so people pretty much are same thing. So Kara, question for you. Do the high school counselors understand that what I think the institutions are most interested in is making sure the students always file? Okay.
Yes, I would say that my colleagues were a little thrown by that date to begin with. I don't know that they felt like it was communicated out on the front end. So the first time a lot of them were hearing it were through our admissions reps, who did a phenomenal job of you know, notifying. But I think that some of my colleagues were a little thrown by that at first, but it's just a shift in, you know, kind of how you attack your year at the high school level. But yeah, the communication, at least, you know, I can really only speak for the Austin region, and I can say that the Austin Chamber of Commerce is pretty involved in the FAFSA application process. And so there's a lot of communication that goes back and forth between schools and between the chamber about ways to advertise all of those things. But yes, the conversation is always continue to file, even if you've missed that date, continue to put it in, continue to put it in.
I was just going to make a comment. I actually changed, like, in our literature, the year that FAFSA went to early FAFSA, to use a December suggested priority date for filing and getting your FAFSA or TASFA in, even though the March 15th date was there. And at first my recruiters had a little problem with that, and they're like, well, what are you doing? And I was like, so I'm trying to get people to file even earlier so that they can get a FAFSA on file. So I've been kind of watching the stats, and so I think this year, when I looked at it, you know, like 80% of freshmen who were coming had filed their FAFSA, you know, by December, January anyway, even last year and this year. So it was just getting them, and then my recruiters got on board with that to encourage that FAFSA completion or TASFA completion earlier as well, which is helpful because we typically try to package in January. So at that point, regardless, the more students who were ready to be packaged, then we could get these awards out to them earlier. And my goal was to get that FAFSA or TASFA completed for freshmen regardless of the date of, whether you're looking at March 15th or you were looking at January 15th, but to have it on file. So it has helped improve, but I don't think students in general have had any questions or parents on it, because we are really trying to encourage it to be completed before the end of the year, especially since the FAFSA and TASFA are available in October.
I do know some conversation that I had with a few high school counselors I found was really interesting. They tend to anchor, at least these individuals were anchoring activities with students to specific events. And so what they were saying is they were really changing to, okay, file your TASFA by Halloween and then do your college application by Thanksgiving. I thought that was just a neat concept and a way to get students focused on things, because we do want them to get their FAFSA in as soon as possible. But I'm with Delisa. I've seen that easily 80 to 90% of our students, our prospective incoming students, are filing early. But I do think that it has switched the activity, that they're doing the FAFSA first, application second. Anything else on that topic?
Just your observation there, I just maybe a take from others. We're noticing too, we've got a greater number of people who we have a FAFSA application, but we have no admission application. And so my staff and admissions are saying, what's going on, And so is it true? I mean, other public universities are seeing that as well. And so, I mean, still an opportunity to say, hey, kid, you're raising your hand, you're saying you're interested, and so we need to be working with you, but not necessarily something has gone awry here. Maybe Apply Texas or something is not working or something like that. I don't know. So.
No, I think that would be absolutely correct, Ed. It's not an issue that somehow the system has failed. I think it's an issue of just changing perspectives for the students.
So from a broader standpoint, kind of the existence of a deadline period and what the negative impacts are of that, the statute itself says that the priority deadline only applies to general academic teaching institutions. The agency historically has indicated that we've encouraged private and two-year institutions to utilize that deadline as well, from the idea of trying to have consistency, if students are applying between different sectors. But with the questions that have been raised in the different meetings that I've been in, I wonder whether that is good encouragement for us to be providing, and should we continue to provide that encouragement of having kind of a deadline that would apply to everything. And, a specific challenge that got me thinking about this is the FAFSA makes it look like a deadline. Like you all are moving towards date and trying to imply, that it's a priority, but it's a soft, priority kind of thing. Whereas, the FAFSA asks us to put out information. They ask us each year, we've had the discussions in here, and it advertises it as each state's deadline for applying for financial aid. So any date we put out there at the federal level will be advertised as a hard deadline. We've tried to, make it clear in our language that, it's not for the privates and the two-year institutions. You have to contact them individually. But nonetheless, I can see students getting confused if the FAFSA is saying, here is this January 15th deadline, and meanwhile, one school has a December deadline, and another school has their own internal March deadline, and some school doesn't have any deadline at all. So I'm just wondering, as an agency, is this something I should just be like, Chad, don't worry about it, just move on, you have other things you should think about? Or do you think that this is something that as an agency we should be thinking about?
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So just speaking from a community college standpoint, we get a lot of students in July and August that we're going to plan on going to a four-year university, and then they figure out what the cost is going to be, and so they come to us at the very final moments before registration begins. So for us, a deadline isn't really as applicable probably as what it is for the four-year university. So I think for us, what we've seen even more of now is collaboration with the high school counselors in our area, and they're really encouraging students to put us as an option as well, because many times they do often end up there anyway. So the deadline isn't, I don't feel as applicable for at least our community college.
I can kind of echo that. The only qualifier is that we do now attempt to do our first awarding in mid-February. So, and there are more times than not where we're out of our estimated funding that we're guessing we're really going to hopefully get. So actually, piggybacking on it may be okay. It's not something that we advertise or we make a big deal about, but in reality, even my community college students now are being encouraged to fill it out sooner and sooner, because if I move up that packaging, all my discretionary funding is going to be spent by March or April, when we used to tell them we were priority in May. So we've shifted to almost be more like the universities, the old ones, where we have a March 1st priority consideration. But just the reality of attempting to award earlier has caused us to kind of have to try to get our students on board because they may be losing out on discretionary funding. But we don't use it in any other way. But in some ways, we're backing into it as well.
Or not, but I mean, I think on the other hand, though, federal aid, you don't need a deadline because it's unlimited. I mean, you can apply after school starts and you still get a pill. With state, that we know there's limited funds, and is it the right thing to do? And I would argue that maybe in this case it would be to say there's some kind of a priority deadline, or you're not just not going to be considered. Because if the money's already gone, unless people are allowed to save money back and use that for people that don't apply, that decided to transfer from a community college, for instance. I mean, are those funds available to them? So I think, like, when there's limited funds, and those limited funds are really going to be given out, students really need to know that, and not just say apply whenever you want, because the likelihood is they're high need, but they're not going to be able to be considered because they waited till February or March or April to apply.
I'm just looking here at on the FAFSA and the priority deadline and how that is, and actually it looks like it gives more of a free-form answer. So Texas says as soon as possible after October 1st. Then it mentions for public universities, there's the date, and then it mentions for private universities, contact them. So there isn't just one date out there that is,
And does it
sending a message.
Does it say deadline? Like, is that what
I think they use the term deadline for it, but for each state, again, some are more detailed, as to what programs it affects and doesn't. So there is, some flexibility there, which I think is good. But again, that's more than most people are thinking. They just hear deadline and they hear a date and they think the world is going to end on that date, and I don't know how we can change that other than, just encouraging people file as soon as possible.
From a processing standpoint, I love it, because the earlier we can get the students that are paying attention in to get their stuff in, it makes it easier when those last-minute students that we all have at the two-year school show up. At least those other students are done. Again, the money is long gone by the time they show up in July, but it does get those students out of the way, the ones that are paying attention. That's a bonus for, I think, from a processing standpoint.
Jonathan, we had a question, and our question is, how do you think the students are perceiving this?
Generally, from the student population, I haven't really heard a lot of responses in a negative manner in regards to this. I know I've heard a lot of administrative focuses. The students just they get a little bit more prep in their step per se, and they realize, oh, well, I got to get things done a little bit earlier. I'm actually one of the students that, one of the last minute ones, even though I attend a four-year university. That's mainly because my mom doesn't get like the tax returns and all the information till later on in the year, because she does work with the school district. But other, than my little predicament per se, the students just realize that they have to do it a little bit earlier, because there isn't kind of like a deadline word. I didn't really hear that they were focusing on it too much, and that, deadline or priority and whatnot. They do find the difference between, but, there wasn't a lot of, fear or anything else of that sort. As far as I know, they just realized they had to do it a lot quicker. My sister actually goes to a high school. They're in EPISD and whatnot, and they've seen some of the communication as well, and she's actually thought of doing the process a little bit earlier as well, now that she's going into her senior year, and what she's heard from a school counselor, which is a school friend of ours. And it's kind of the same thing that has been spoken around the committee. Sorry, I'm a last minute student, but that's kind of the general consensus that I've heard and that we've seen.
And Marilyn, what do you think from a student perspective?
Well, as an orientation leader, and we do explain to the new students potentially that there is a deadline, and do it the quicker the better. So then we have an option to give them a campus tour. That's when I personally take them and I say, have you applied for FAFSA? And some of them don't understand what is that. So I take in priority and I explain to them during my tour. And I have gotten great response. Many of them after tour, they go straight to the office to apply. So basically I take it upon myself to push it. Even after the orientation, a lot of them don't understand what is FAFSA. Okay, and they don't know that they can do it right now. So.
One of the things that I have seen is that this information has been disseminated a little bit more to the students that are entering in, some of the newer students. Students like myself who have already been in, for a couple years or anything else of that sort. I guess the information hasn't been disseminated as much per se, and of course that may vary, but I do think it is very important, especially the entering students are aware of this, and at least from what I've seen with the high school there and with El Paso, because they do have really good communication within the UTEP admissions office at UTEP. They're at least getting that information, and they're getting on the ball and everything else with us. With the older ones like myself, like I'm about to graduate, I guess it hasn't really gone around the channels as much per se, but that's just one thing I wanted to kind of put out.
Thank you both. I appreciate your perspectives. Anything else on this topic?
I was just going to say, to Brent's comment, I think it does help us with a date with students to go in and say, okay, this student met the priority date that was set, because we're trying to spend the money versus a student who might have not hit that priority date. One thing we did start doing at our institution in general with the FAFSA, because when you put a date out there, we would have a lot of calls that we'd answer, is this the deadline? Did I miss the deadline? Even though you didn't say deadline, you said priority date. So we started using recommended submission of. And we just have those because we save money like for our spring only awarding and stuff like that. And we don't seem to get as many questions anymore using kind of the recommended submission date. Now, on Texas Grant, we'll do a specific caveat about what that priority date means so that they have some idea about that. Because what we don't want any student to think, there is really a deadline for the FAFSA, yes, but it's way at the end of that academic year. But we guide them away from speaking of deadlines because we don't want someone to not apply when they have ample opportunity to apply, so. But I do like, the priority date in general from a processing standpoint in awarding.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Chad, you actually have the next two items. Okay. So rather than introduce you each time, I'm just going to leave it to you.
The next item relates to some proposed updates to the Texas Administrative Code. One of the things we're going to try to start doing is to utilize the Financial Aid Advisory Committee whenever practical to bring proposed rules to kind of get your feedback before we post them to the Texas Register. The Texas Register is still our official method of posting, and the 30-day comment period is, the comments that are received during the 30-day comment period are those that we will officially respond to in all of our Texas Register materials. But thought that this would be a good place to say, we're thinking about doing this change, and really trying to find out whether there's unintended consequences to what we're proposing. Because like the one I'm bringing today, I think it's pretty innocuous, but if there's something that we're missing, that's great to know in advance, because that way we can try to take care of it before we even put it out to the 30-day comment. There'll be times when we don't bring it to the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. We have a rule that we're working on that literally all we're doing is fixing a reference in it. A rule got moved from Chapter 21 to Chapter 22. Another rule was still referencing the old rule in the wrong place. So like that kind of stuff I won't bring. And there may be other stuff that has to happen so quickly that there's just not one of our meetings in between to be able to do that. That can especially happen right after a legislative session when they, pass a law and we have to have something in place in time for the September start of school, or really August start of school, and we just need to get something through quickly. It'll still have the 30-day comment periods that go there. But your insight is just a great opportunity for us. The proposed revisions that I brought today are primarily cleanup items. You'll see most of the deleted text is simply to provide consistency to the rule, so that we're referring to these things in the same way, that we're referring to it the same way as it was referred to in other rules, or situations where we deleted a bunch of definitions from this particular rule, and it's because the terms weren't even being used in the subchapter. We had just kind of put them in there out of habit of just putting in all these definitions. And so we're really trying to make the administrative code easier to read for institutions and not put things in there that don't need to be there in the first place. Because the more text there is, the more difficult it is for you to get through. So specifically, in walking through this, 22.128 definitions, we're just deleting a bunch of definitions that either aren't used or already defined in the 22.1, which is the definitions that apply to the entire chapter. And so we're eliminating duplicated places. On page 3, we make a couple changes to 22.129, which is the institution section. One, in section A, we're deleting a reference about the work-study mentorship program. It's unnecessary because the mentorship program has its own source of rules over in Chapter 4, Subchapter J, and quite frankly, what we have in here contradicts what's over in the other rules, so we figured we should probably get rid of our bad information in this rule. A3 is just a tweak to align the rule with statute, and then 129C incorporates uniform reporting language. So instead of referencing specific reports and having to change the rule every time we might change the reporting cycle or something like that, just acknowledging that the reporting requirements are in accordance with the stated deadlines. So, right now we had said, I kind of said to eliminate the vagueness of a timely fashion. What does that mean? So aligning it with the stated deadlines. And then at the very end, 22.136 is being deleted It's about the reporting that occurs, and it's being deleted since the statute is self-enacting. It doesn't need a rule in order for the coordinating board to actually issue the reports, and so it's just adding information to the rules that's unnecessary. So like I said, I think that this is pretty innocuous. It's not meant to alter the administration of the Texas Work-Study Program. It's just meant to improve the rules to make them easier to understand for those utilizing. Anyone have any questions about what we're proposing or any unintended consequences that you might have noticed when you read through this proposed rule? I will do my best to help you read less.
And I would say the goal has been achieved. It was easy to understand.
Great. Okay. Then I will just kick right into agenda item M, which is the SFAP update. Just wanted to give you the heads up on some, in case you've missed some of the recent updates that we've made to our resources, things like training materials, guidelines, memos, etc. Back on November 1st, we released our new online FAQs, the replacement to the old Q&A forums that were out there. So that is out there online for you to be able to review now. And then at the end of November, on November 29th, we released an announcement about an update to the award history tool, about the fact that that award history is now updated with the information that had been delayed in getting that information out there. And then on December 3rd, we also released a memo about the application process for the Kenneth Ashworth program, that scholarship that's offered. Some upcoming things to be aware of. We will be participating in the TASFA regional training beginning in February 2019. I know that that's in the planning stages. You have a FAD reporting cycle deadline coming up, December 12th. Actually, now it's December 14th. We gave you an extra day, or 2 days, I think, for that. Also be aware that your user access review is due by December 21st, so you need to give us feedback on whether we need to delete or change or add any of the user access. And then for anyone participating in the bilingual education program, you have materials that are due by January 2nd, so you'll want to make sure you look at that. We're also going to be, I don't have a specific date, but sometime soon, we will be sending out the updated FY19 grant allocations. So based on the changes that were made to the rules, we're able to provide you with updated, and so there was some additional Texas grant money, I know for sure, that was able to be dispersed out to, or provided to the institutions through the allocation process. A couple things related to students on the borrowing side. We are working diligently. We hope, I'm not going to give it a date. I'm just going to say soon, because every time I give something a date, I jinx it. So I'm not going to do that. But very soon, we are looking to replace the current paper-based system for students that are requesting ACH to have funds drawn directly from their checking accounts. It's going to be changed to an online system to make it much easier for students who want to start doing or change their ACH or even stop their ACH. We will be offering a 1/4 point discount to borrowers who participate in recurring ACH, so an opportunity to encourage them to take advantage of that ACH process. We're also working on improvements to the display and the communication of information on HH loans when it comes to their payment information, to try to make that a little easier for them to read through and understand where their loan is in the process. Another piece so that you're aware of, we don't have a deadline as to when this is going to be implemented, but sometime during the spring semester, we will be instituting a processing fee in relation to credit card payments. If students choose to pay through a credit card, there will be a processing fee involved in that. We don't plan on launching that until after we've already launched the online ACH with the quarter point discount, because we want to make sure that students understand that they have other options that don't have a processing fee involved. But since the processing fee has become the largest expense next to salaries when it comes to running our program, we felt that that is something that needs to be handled by the borrowers who are utilizing that, as opposed to spread out across all borrowers. And then finally, the College for All Texans website is currently undergoing a review led by the agency's College Readiness and Success Division to identify improvements to how information is communicated to students. One of the considerations we're looking at, obviously, is how financial aid information is presented. We're also looking at the potential of whether we might be able to merge the HH Loans website into the College for All Texans website so that students have one place to go for information rather than having to go to multiple places, and eliminate some of the duplication of information that exists. That is all just in the beginning stages of evaluation right now, but we do realize that both our College for All Texans and our HH Loans website could be made more easy to navigate and better, could be better communication tools for students. So we're looking at how we might do that. I think that's everything. Is there anything that anyone had hoped I was going to mention about what's going on in the world of student financial aid programs that I've missed? Thank you.
Okay, well, we've come to that point. I want to thank you all for hanging in. I know it's been a long day, but I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Try to be safe, everyone.